Я їх перевернув просто тепер. Це українська зверху, а це важка. Можемо ще бігти. Це важка? Де він там іде? Ага, оце. Зараз секунду. Подивіться. Четвертий чи?
Чуть-чуть буквально.
Попробуємо. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Чек. Чек, чек, чек. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Та давайте його, може, відключимо до вирів.
Ні, все так.
Такий
Там з іншого.
кручений. Так, окей. Розібралися. Чек, чек, чек. Чек, чек, чек. Чек, чек, чек. Чек, чек, чек. Чек, 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 чек. Чек, чек, чек. Ровно в 10 на 10 секунд звучить щось якось дуже відповідально. Нікіта, ну ти мене лякаєш, прям я вже напрягся. Це ще відповідальніше. Добре. Так, а мені що, треба зі свого зайти? А, знову там. Тут наш є.
забрав мене?
Виключити.
Ладно, я зроблю так. А гіб?
А що, придумав собі звідавати? Его можно включить. И ты нам подогревал все радики, специи. Давай поймемо, що таке вам. Треба, щоб Ромчик зараз. Ромчик, а ти можеш дивитися, будь ласка, на свої аудіокарти? І мені цікаво, я тобі що віддаю. А отак є?
Так є, а я ж возьму номер переводчика.
Правильно, ну це ж воно і так. Хорошо все. Так що ти кажеш мене? Все? Ні, нема. Давай.
Коли на мовчанні я.
І що, Светик, що понабивати, що? Ну да.
Я звідси. Стело.
Так, мінусовка все піде, Свят, не плач. Порядку.
Але з Карпатів. Або стел. Ульов. Ці 25. Від мене мусить.
Саме що і
Це на всякий. У мене одна просто вона вже ну буду щось робити. Ліки там.
скидає, здається, Албанії.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and partners. We welcome you to the fifth meeting of the expert platform of the Crimean platform. I'm Olga Skripnik, chair of the board of the Crimean Human Rights Group and coordinator of the Crimean Platform Expert Network. Welcome to this discussion about Crimea. The expert network of the Crimean Platform was established in 2021. We unite experts from around the world, academics, think tanks, with the purpose of helping and promoting the attainment of key goals of the Crimea, the occupation, reintegration of the Crimea, overcoming the consequences of the occupation and the security of the region. Today, the expert network is holding its fifth forum. Every time we are meeting in Kyiv, it is very important for us that Kyiv should show the example and showing that despite all the difficulties resulting from the aggression, we are working towards the improvement of the situation. Today we're going to work as a forum for the entire day, and first of all we'd like to thank all the defenders of Ukraine, and thanks to whom we held this day, and each next day is coming because of their fight for the security of Ukraine and the entire Europe. We demonstrate resolve and resilience in spite of the ruin of the occupation, but the Russian occupation and aggression continues claiming lives of the civilians and the military, the elderly and children. So let's honor their memory with a minute of silence, all those who have fallen during this aggression. Thank you. Lately, the defense forces of Ukraine are cutting the logistics ways of the Russian army in the occupied Crimea, and we are witnessing the transformation of geopolitical environment, the change of the position of partners, the security architecture, negotiations, processes, and the quest for effective mechanisms to bring Russia to account. And jointly with our partners today, we are holding this event, and we are going to speak about how the security environment of the Black Sea is changing, what are the scenarios, de-occupation, which are the most realistic in the new conditions, and how we can improve the mechanisms to bring Russia to account for their crimes. And I'm happy to give the floor to our permanent partners who are with us today, and I give the floor to Yevhen Parabinis, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Please, the floor is yours. Good morning, dear participants of the forum, dear friends. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me and for our very effective cooperation with the expert network of the Crimean Platform. It's my pleasure to participate in this forum, which is a unique platform. It has become so throughout the years of its operation. It has turned into one of the key centers of shaping the international discourse on Crimea, on the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, and ways to restore a just and lasting peace. Today we are meeting in the environment when the security situation in Ukraine and in Europe and in the world at large remains very complicated and rapidly changing. For over 12 years, the illegal occupation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol has been going on. Over 4 years, Ukraine is fighting against the full-scale Russian aggression, and all our international partners understand only too well that Ukraine is defending not just its own territorial integrity and independence, but the fundamental principles of international law and the security of Europe. In these conditions, the role of the expert community acquires special importance. Human rights champions, journalists, think tanks, they are trying to keep Crimea in the focus of attention. And thanks to this, we keep detecting the crimes of the occupational authorities and remind about the necessity to bring Russia to account for those crimes. That's why I express my sincere gratitude to each and every one of you, because with your daily work, you support our Crimea, your analytical researches and monitoring reports and advocacy campaigns and human rights projects have become part and parcel of the work of the Crimean Platform. We highly appreciate our cooperation and the results we have managed to reach by joint efforts. First of all, I would like to point out to the advocacy mentorship program of cooperation of the state bodies of power and the civic society. Due to this cooperation, international parliamentaries, experts, and civic activists are joining in the campaign for the liberation of illegally incarcerated citizens of Ukraine, and we draw attention of the world community to their stories. We're talking about those who need international support most of all, and journalists, civic activists, the Crimean Tatars, the elderly, people with serious ailments, the young people who became victims of the occupation. And thanks to your work and your input, their voices are very well heard. An important area of our work is countering the attempts of Russia to use the temporarily occupied Crimea for illegal economic activities. Due to the efforts of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, law enforcement bodies, and international community, we've managed to reach considerable results in detecting the crimes related to exporting illegal exports of Ukrainian grain through Crimean ports, and we've also managed to establish sanctions against individual physical persons and companies implicated. We also fight the attempts to exacerbate the occupation and aggression in the educational and cultural sphere. As regards educational establishments on the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, because we cannot allow that they be included in international programs and so on. This would undermine the policy of non-recognition, which is one of the main means of pressure on the Russian Federation. The International Crimean Platform, from the very beginning, was established as an international mechanism to consolidate political, diplomatic, expert, and human rights efforts to deoccupy the Crimea. And we can say that this mechanism is workable and efficient today, in spite of the attempts of Russia to impose the view on the world community that the Crimean issue has been resolved. The international community keeps emphasizing that this occupation will not be recognized, and Crimea remains a subject of international discussions in terms of international law and the necessity to bring Russia to account for their crimes. Our position remains unchanged. Crimea has been, is, and will be Ukrainian. And the efficient results achieved by the forces of defense of Ukraine, which we have been witnessing over the last weeks and days, emphasize once again that Crimea will definitely be Ukrainian. It will definitely be deoccupied. Obviously, our priority lies in the diplomatic sphere, but since Russia today is not ready for diplomatic resolution of this issue, our defense forces do everything possible and impossible to bring back peace to the Ukrainian land and to bring back our control over Crimea. I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart all the military of Ukraine who are fighting and winning these very important victories in this fight. Ukraine will never accept any attempts to call into question the Ukrainian sovereignty over the peninsula. Lasting peace is impossible without the restoration of the territorial integrity of Ukraine within the internationally recognized borders. We all understand that the fight for Crimea and other occupied territories is primarily about the fight for people. Some of them have been living under occupation for 12 years already, and they face daily repressions and violations of their rights. But they continue keeping their Ukrainian identity and fighting for their dignity. And we have no right to forget about the political prisoners on the occupied territories. Their names should be the focus of our attention at the international level, and their liberation should be one of the key priorities of international efforts. Equally important is the issue of the liberation of Ukrainian children forcibly deported to Ukraine. We work with the international community on that issue because bringing back each and every child to Ukraine is not just about the expression of humanism, but this is an issue of justice. Our special attention will be to the rights of the Crimean Tatars, the indigenous people of Crimea. They are one of the major victims of the occupation, and that's why Ukraine continues international work for the recognition of the deportation of Crimean Tatars of 1944 as an act of genocide and illegal persecution of Crimean Tatars. The international law remains our powerful instrument, and we work to strengthen the coalition to support our state. We discuss this issue at international platforms and work towards bringing Russia to account for their crimes. And in this process, the role of the expert platform of expert network of the Crimea Platform is very important, because it helps us to shape practical solutions for governments, parliaments, international organizations, and the civic society this work is especially important on the eve of the sixth summit of the Crimean Platform, which is going to become another step on the way of consolidation of international support for Ukraine and the strengthened attention to the issue of Crimean occupation. And I'm sure that this meeting will also bring closer the day when the Ukrainian flag will be flying over the entire Crimean Peninsula. I thank each and every one of you for your professionalism, for your principled position. Thank you for being partners despite all the difficulties and challenges, and you keep this issue of Crimea one of the priorities of international discourse. I wish you all very fruitful discussion, new partnerships, bold ideas, and practical, tangible results. Crimea is Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Thank you, Yevhen. We very much appreciate the cooperation with the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the fight for the liberation of Crimea. Now, I'd like to invite Ola Kurishko, the permanent representative of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea.
Я вітаю сьогодні всіх вас.
Big welcome to everyone here. When we were discussing certain formats of this forum, I'd always mention that I would be honored to speak here because it is really so. And I'd like to thank the Expert Network for organizing this powerful event. Big thanks to all the partners, more and more of them each year, who contribute a lot, invest a lot in this intellectual, financial advocacy and support of this event. And surely I thank the armed forces of Ukraine. Obviously everyone will be thankful to them today for this opportunity of having this forum, talking from this podium, staying in this circle of friends who we closely work together to liberate the Crimea. We are monitoring the situation in the Crimea. All of our attention is focused there. As President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky said it, not a single one across the globe will be able to say now that we forgot the Crimea, that we do not care of it. I think everyone is doing their best, fighting for the sake of justice, for the benefits of the nation, and the Crimea is its part and parcel. We have already the 5th expert forum within the Crimean Platform format. We convene on an annual basis to discuss the occupation-related risks for the Crimea, for the rest of the world, and Ukraine is talking not just about challenges, but about systemic work around it. And yes, there will be summits, international, parliamentary level. There will be also measures to further the expert studies of the matter. There will be more interaction with countries from Asia, Latin America, Africa in the scope of Crimea global effort. Another important event that Igor has mentioned is advocacy mentorship, and I can only join the welcoming words, the support from the expert community, because yes, this program is really without any deadlines. It will only end when the Crimea is deoccupied. It is implemented by the Presidential Representative Office, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Expert Network. Let me give you some names. And many other our nationals, for the sake of whom we continue to work. Their behind the bars currently, either on the occupied Crimea or on the territory of the Russian Federation, far, far away from the motherland. Cannot not mention events around the Crimean solidarity. This is a grassroots movement created by the relatives of political activists and prisoners of faith, someone who Russia calls foreign agents. And now the Crimea is a place where the invading state has been testing the new pressure model since the start of its occupation in 2014. For Russia, the Crimea is a resource to serve their sick ambitions. Because of that, we fight for the liberation of our territories. I wish everyone a day of fruitful work. I wish everyone to come up with innovative ideas. I do hope that the results of this forum will be used for further Crimean Platform events at the higher level of intergovernmental dialogue. So I wish a fruitful discussion to you today. Thank you, dear Olga, for your welcoming words. We thank the Representation Office for your fruitful cooperation. And thanks for paying keen attention to people under occupation. We are going to have a parliamentarian summit this year, as we've used to have them, as a manifestation of strong ongoing support, primarily from the United Kingdom. We thank them for their support of the Ukrainian Crimea. One of the first of their statements was to condemn the illicit drafting by Russia of Ukrainian male residents of the Crimea. This year, the UK will host the parliamentary summit of the Crimean Platform. Please welcome Charlotta Surin, Child Affairs of the UK in Ukraine. Dear esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely thank Olga, Alina for invitation and this very important event. I'm very glad to be able to be here. This context of today only underscores the strategic importance of the Crimea for the security of the Black Sea region, for the freedom of maritime movement, for long-term stability in and around Europe. And as Olga has mentioned, I'd like to quote from President Zelensky. And he says that the Crimea is at the heart of the very policy of restoring justice for Ukraine. International law remains unchanged, and the Crimea is Ukraine. The United Kingdom remains committed to the policy of not recognizing the annexation attempt, in full respect of the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And in this context, I am truly glad that this year the UK will be holding the parliamentary summit of the Crimean Platform. It will become a nice opportunity to underscore that the situation with human rights in the Crimea remains of concern. We continue receiving documented proof of systemic violation, persecutions of Crimean Tatars, limitations to freedom of speech and religious beliefs, illicit and unfounded court terms and incarcerations. These breaches by Russia of its international commitments require ongoing attention of the international community. And the United Kingdom continues to work with Ukraine and its partners to strengthen the sanctions pressure, to continue documenting the crimes, and to ensure that those responsible for this will be brought for responsibility. We will contribute to Ukraine's effort to restore its control over the peninsula. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the Crimean Platform underscores the international meaning of the Crimean question, and by joint efforts we will be able to keep this attention on the problem, creating conditions for a sustainable resolution of it. We will remain a reliable partner of Ukraine on this stage, on this path, and I'd like to thank the event coordinators for the efforts. And yes, the Crimea is Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. We thank you, dear Charlotte. We thank everyone, dear colleagues, for your words of support, and we move on to the forum itself. We are going to have 4 panels today. And just to bring your attention, you can use the QR code on your badge to check for both versions of the program in English and Ukrainian. We can safely remain in this hall in the event of a strike alert because it complies with the shelter requirements, so we won't need to be interrupted. Those not able to attend offline can join us through online streaming opportunity, and we will be working with simultaneous interpretation throughout. So for Q&A sessions, please post your questions in whichever language of your preference. And we come to our panel discussion number 1, through the prism of the Crimea, a strategic view of effective justice for the gravest crimes committed during Russia's war against Ukraine. Please welcome Tatiana Pechonchik, Chair of the Board of the Zmina Human Rights Center. She will be moderating the panel and she will present the participants. Thank you, Olga. Good morning, dear colleagues. We start with our first panel to talk about responsibility, about the justice for some of the heaviest crimes against human rights committed on the Crimean territory. Please welcome Vitaly Sekretov, first Deputy Head of the Prosecutor's Office of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the City of Sevastopol. Irina Bartsitska, Project Lead at Project Expedite Justice. Ari Moria, Advocacy Manager at the Ukrainian Legal Advisory Group, and Darina Pidhorna, Legal Expert and Analyst at the Raphael Lemkin Society. And we'll start our talk with you, Vitaly, with your substantial experience of working at the Prosecutor's Office in the Republic of Crimea. And in my view, the Prosecutor's Office is one of the flagship institutions to start with this practice of investigation of heavy crimes committed in Crimea. I can tell you that for sure it was 2016 when this practice emerged, the practice of documenting and qualifying the events happening on the territory of the Republic of the Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. So we may speak of about a decade of experience. Could you tell us more about the path you went through during the period, given a smaller number of staff working there, based on the sheer number of crimes committed in the Crimea? Definitely it's about prioritizing your efforts. So what is of most importance for you today? Good morning, thanks for having me, thanks for your interest in the operations of the Prosecutor Office, and probably we are really the first institution to start investigating crimes against humanity and military crimes, war crimes committed on the peninsula. Early on, we would start with shaping our legal position. We wanted to understand how to correctly set up the whole process, how to document proof, how to work without having access to the territory. At the time, we had I think, the best solution. When we decided to involve civic society activists in the investigation of these crimes, it was civic society activists who helped us and have been helping us to collect evidence. Through them, we were able to talk to witnesses. Thanks to them, we are able to enter such information in our judicial documents, and our staff members were kept abreast of all the developments in the Crimea. Now, going back to the situation in the Crimea, the whole spectrum of crimes committed by the Russian Federation there was the beginning for everything they've been doing since across the rest of Ukraine. All sorts of tortures, violation or denial of right for justice and due process, widespread destruction of private and public properties, deportations of civilians, colonization, militarization or military indoctrination of children, and so on. The list goes on. And yes, you are right, we definitely are short on resource for that. We have just 5 prosecutors working with these types of crimes, including crimes against humanity there. At the beginning of it, our activity was more or less comfortable, I would say, because we had a border checkpoint on the border of the Crimea. People could move more or less freely between the areas. And 2022 marked a substantial change to everything. We lost this last channel information, and most of the public resources or outlets that would help us until 2023, they've become involved in the overall war-related efforts. We used to have data from the Naval Force, from the National Space Agency, etc. With the full-scale invasion, the government no longer had the luxury of allowing us to use this resource, because everything was needed to protect the nation. That compelled us to shift our focus of activity, not only in terms of finding the culprits and condemning in absentia. We started to increasingly look on ways in which our operations can potentially change something in the situation in the Crimea, how we might potentially prevent such crimes from happening. I do agree with many people who say that how can you affect the situation without any chance of accessing the territory of those residing there. But I still think that we do have some progress to report. We understood that we need to collaborate more with other nations to be better able to bring to responsibility the criminals. Before that, we would have collaboration with the International Criminal Court Office. We would provide them with information to support Ukraine's case against Russian Federation in the European Court for Human Rights. We would work with UN structures and the Supreme Commissioner. But at some point we decided to shift our focus towards cooperation with individual countries. Like late last year and early this year, we kick-started cooperation with the Republic of Poland. I think you know this case of a Russian archaeologist. He was detained on the territory of Poland, and the first instance court allowed it to be extradited to the territory of Ukraine. So that was a case when you're able to show that Russians, primarily those committing crimes on the territory of Crimea, cannot go scot-free, and they can well be brought to responsibility. Recently, we've got success in our cooperation with the Swedish partners. You know the case when Sweden stopped Russian bulker transporting stolen Ukrainian grains across the sea. It was one of early cases when a shadow fleet vessel was detained by foreign nation based on request from Ukraine. It was the first first ever case that paved the way for more countries to follow the suit. And I do know that our colleagues, particularly the General Prosecutor's Office, are increasingly active in their cooperation with foreign nations. Some of the successes are clearly attributed to our interaction with CSOs, them providing us with factual information, documents, etc. Some of them will be speaking today, by the way. And I think that today we need to come up with priorities that will affect activities of the Russian Federation. The Russian archaeologist I mentioned yesterday, he literally mentioned he is not going to revisit the Crimea with his excavation plans. And in my view, well, initially I thought of it as a criminal activity, and he was saying at the time that he could only do excavations in the Crimea. But after the activization of our armed forces efforts in the Crimea, he said that probably we need not to go to the Crimea. After all, we can do it elsewhere. Another debunking of Russian myth about them operating legally wherever it pleases them. The whole taxonomy of Russian crimes also in the Crimean Peninsula is a part of their well-agreed policy.
By the way, I wanted to ask you about this because after Ukraine ratified the Roman statute in our criminal code, there appeared an article about the crimes against humanity, and for about a year there were no proceedings because probably our courts did not know how to go about it and how to investigate those crimes. But your prosecutor's office is ready to do that, and our organization made an application to investigate the cases of denial of fair trial in Crimea as an act of crime against humanity. That was in April. A very short time has passed since that time, but what are you going to do about that anyway? Well, this is part of our concept. We want to show that these cases are not individual cases. As of since 2015, the Russian Federation has been persecuting people for resisting the occupation. And the scope and the character of these crimes are quite large. We've documented that, and that also includes the illegal kidnapping of people and denial of a free trial, fair trial. Now we are trying to shape a new model because previously our prosecutors' offices did not have any experience of working with that kind of crimes. And now we gather all the materials going back to 2014, analyzing how the law enforcement system of the Russian Federation was being formed there, what were the principles on which they were established, what were the patterns of their operation throughout their aggression and occupation of Crimea. We analyze how this policy was reflected in the mass media, how the mass media made an impact on the position of the society and its assessment of the actions of the aggressor. We are obviously going to investigate a lot of other things, how court proceedings were carried out, what were the patterns of the judicial processes and proceedings. And in this, the logic of the report that you prepared together with your partners is very helpful for us in terms of investigating cases of denial of fair trial. So we are not going to analyze in individual cases, but we will also analyze the whole overall system of the persecution of the Ukrainian citizens on the territory of Crimea. And this will help us to give an overall assessment of the Russian crimes. Irina, next question is for you. You worked, as it were, on both sides that we discussed on the prosecutor's office, and today you are involved in an international project which investigates those crimes. How did that change your optics, and how specifically your organization and the civil society in general help the prosecutors' bodies to investigate Russia's crimes? I'm Irina Bartsitska, and as Tatiana said, for 8 years I was working in the prosecutor's office of Crimea, out of which for 5 years I dealt with international cooperation issues, and it's a pleasure to be involved in this work. Now I am head of the project Expedite Justice, and I would like to start by saying that working in the prosecutor's office of Crimea since 2016-17, we started cooperating with NGOs, civil society organizations. We had interagency working groups uniting prosecutors and think tanks and NGOs working in certain areas of this work, and we complemented the work of each other. In this, it's very important to support the law enforcement bodies and to help them get all the necessary expertise. As regards my organization, we started working in 2022. At that time, I was still with the prosecutor's office, and the representatives of Expedite Justice came to us and offered their cooperation. And within the GRAIN project, which we have in our organization, we supported the work of the Security Service of Ukraine, the Prosecutor's Office of Crimea, in terms of bringing to justice those who were illegally exporting Ukrainian grain when the Crimea was being used as a hub for those illegal activities. We provided our expert and investigatory reports about the movement of vessels implicated in those schemes, and they included certain certificates, phytosanitary certificates, which also proved the illegal nature of those activities, and we provided even photographs from our ports which backed up the case to prove the illegal actions of Russia. our focus was not just about the outsource of work of an law enforcement, but we also tried to empower them and to strengthen their capability. We did everything possible to make sure that the law enforcement bodies of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea could do this practically. We ran workshops. We provided access to our SINT instruments, without which it was impossible to make certain investigations. We provided access to databases, to phytosanitary certificates and other relevant documents which helped proper authorities to arrest illegal vessels. They were confiscated, and some of them have already been sold, and the proceeds are being used for Ukrainian purposes. And this work is going to continue. My main message today is to civil society organizations and all those who support law enforcement bodies. Please keep supporting them, and please understand that your expertise is important, and it helps law enforcement bodies get tangible, practical results. Well, you've recalled using OSINT sources. What is the attitude of pre-trial investigations towards OSINT sources? Do they trust them? We have positive precedents when our reports were used in court rulings, and there is also a case of the Kharkiv court when conviction was ruled on the basis, apart from other things, of our OSINT report. Everything depends on what kind of report it is. If it is a high quality OSINT report with all the references to primary sources, if the law enforcement bodies can get that properly, they will be using this in the court rulings. I recall how much attention we paid to Berkeley protocol and correct custody of all the and we, together with Mr. Arye, we worked on that. You defend people at the international level. What are the weak points? What are the gaps in this work? Because you had a lot of advocacy efforts for the Rome Statute, but still the system is far from perfect from us. What are the weak points at the national level that you can identify now in this respect?
Дякую. Да. Вітаю всіх. Дуже дякую за можливість виступити.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at this forum. We do follow and analyze at the Legal Advisory Group the national system, the development thereof, and the process of bringing to justice for most grave crimes. So we do have a certain period of time that we can analyze, because it's been going on for quite a while. And we also have a perspective as representatives of the victims in different jurisdictions. Our legal experts identify the weak points for us, and especially from the perspective of victims, and on the basis of that experience, combining it with our own expertise and international expertise, we're trying to see how all that can be used more systemically. So I won't be able to speak on all the relevant points, because the weak areas and bottlenecks are still numerous, but I will analyze the very dynamics of this, especially as regards OSINT, and this is a kind of overarching topic in our discussion. We see that the practice of using data on the basis of open sources is getting broader, but the legal framework as regards the OSINT data use still remains unperfect. We don't have a special set of regulations of working within the criminal and procedural code, how to work with OSINT data. All this makes an impact on whether all the relevant bodies, including procuracy, are informed about how to use OSINT data. Be it with digital evidence, for instance, this is important, how to use this in the proceedings. And especially important here is the process of verification, because there's a need to collate it with other information to check it for authenticity and some other characteristics to make sure that this evidence is credible. Some people do this, some people don't, and then the question arises how the court is going to view this data. There are some positive cases here, but we understand without an overall framework, it's difficult to take those data into account and view them as admissible. Obviously, this requires some changes in the criminal procedural code, which would probably help using this data in court proceedings. Likewise, as regards the Statute of Rome, there has been some forward movement after the ratification of the statute. There was one bill which was put in place, and the principle of that was related to crimes against humanity. There were some requalifications of certain articles, but there remained certain blank spots, like in Article 438, which requires a revision, and the definition of the notion and definition of aggression should be revised likewise. And upon the result of the work of an interagency working group, which was established as a result of our cooperation between the President's office and the General Prosecutor's office, we worked out a package of bills which now awaits registration. So we do hope that sooner or later it will be adopted. It's not exhaustive, but it's a considerable step towards full implementation of the Statute of Rome in the national legislation. The results of this working group we don't know how they will be reflected in a new law to be adopted by the parliament, because there's a parliamentary crisis now and there's no sufficient political will to adopt this law. This illustrates a broader problem, that most of those changes, even though they are needed and they may be backed up by certain drafts, but very often what lacks is political will to implement them timely. That is related to the bills that I've already mentioned, and some of the bills related to Euro integration processes, like the rights of victims in the criminal proceedings according to Directive 2012. And one of the decisions which we are considering now says that we need to have a vision and responsibility at the level of the state and not just individual bodies of investigation or procuracy, which now are kind of driving forces of change, implementing new strategies at the level of General Prosecutor's Office and the National Police. All those visions are very important. They take us forward, but they still fail to encompass all the system of justice as regards grave crimes, because the decisions of one body cannot be mandatory for some other bodies which have different authorities. That's why we have encountered a need to work out state policy in this area, and we hope that this discourse will continue, because we need somebody at the level of ministries or central bodies of power could coordinate and formulate this policy so that all the relevant bodies would be able to implement them and see the weak points, the gaps, and find ways to bridge them, instead of doing them in a pinpointed individual manner. And a final point as regards the civic society. There is also another important side to all this. We know how important it is to engage international experts in this work. This support is instrumental and it is needed technically and otherwise, and in this we need to make this work more structured, to provide for a proper status of the involvement of international experts, and to rule out some possible future irregularities, so that these regulations would meet the requirements at the local level, because sometimes there are some gaps between the recommendations and the possibility to implement these recommendations in individual proceedings. All those who support this work can go about it right away, take advantage of this and take part in the discussion, and obviously someone should be leading this discussion as to how international experts would be able to get involved in terms of the hybrid justice.
Thank you. And parallel with national processes, ICC-based investigations continue. At the moment, there are 6 arrest orders issued against some Russia's top officials, including President Vladimir Putin. And in the past year or year and a half, the ICC became, a hub of turbulence, if you will. There were some sanctions imposed by the US. Also, there are some sort of investigation going inside the ICC itself regarding potential sexual harassment case by Karim Khan, the general prosecutor there. How this may affect the investigation in the crimes committed in Ukraine. For quite some time, since the orders to arrest Russia's officials were issued, we have not heard any updates. Does it mean that everything has been put on hold, or what is it that the investigators are doing there? This is an important aspect of our investigation of Russia's war crimes against Ukraine. First of all, we need to understand that the ICC cannot communicate their results on a daily basis. They are not seeking any active public, attention like this, and this really sometimes forces their works from the focus of our attention. So sometimes we do have a question like that, as we as an organization do coordinate our operations with the ICCs. And it's one thing when you understand that there are resources, etc., available to do proper job. There are no challenges to face, and you can be comfortable with this hidden and smooth investigatory work. But on the other hand, whenever you see existential crisis happening there on a regular basis, it brings the question of whether they can or will survive. Because on the one hand, there are these American sanctions against them threatening their existence. On the other hand, well, we have some glimpses of information on ongoing work. The format of communication has changed of late because of security considerations and other aspects at play. But for us, the only thing that remains is to continue with our communication and attempt to strengthen it, with hopes that the cases will be ultimately investigated. There are priorities, like 3 major cases on Ukraine opened with the ICC: attacks against civilian infrastructure, crimes against and deportations of children, related things. So maybe there will be new arrests that we are yet to know. We are like out in the cold on that, but the only thing we can do is to continue with our efforts to strengthen communication and coordination with the ICC because of the unique mandate to deal with crime perpetrators. And here I think it would be important to mention the role of the nation signatories of the Rome Statute affecting the ICC operations. It's about the funding of it. For the Ukrainian-based cases, this will plain and squarely mean the ability to operate through the chapter here. This will also have repercussions for the outreach, for the communication with the civic society. And this outreach part is definitely something that they have underfunded. And yes, with these arrest order warrants, they also need to prevent countries from leaving the court. The Rome Statute, this is already beyond our competence. We can only call for measures to retain the court and retain the membership. It is important given the strong role that civic society organizations play in the ICC operations. And it's hard to overestimate the importance and the role of this seek for justice. Also, from the national scale, we need to somehow rethink our national justice system. We need to certainly refine our objectives, both in the context of the ICC itself and in the sense of the civic society considerations. Because, yeah, we've been seeing for the past year how nations' intentions to leave the court translate into the reduced financing and problems for the court itself. A lot of in-depth investigations have been opened since the start of this full-scale invasion, but really few of them are done under the universal jurisdictions. Practically no such case. The prospects are not really bright because we don't see any political will to do so. We can only offer our support. We could act as a bridge when it comes to working with victims, collecting evidence, related such things. But we cannot supplant the justice itself. It's very important to understand that this opportunity to have justice is no guarantee whenever there is a reduction and erosion of attention toward justice, when there are hopes, for new round of negotiations, this creates new risks that the victims might ultimately never be compensated for what they had to endure. So it's very important to keep this in the focus of these processes to avoid any risk of instrumentalizing justice that we would hate to see. Thank you. And my last question is to Darina. It's a challenging one, by the way. I myself am a strong fan of criminal justice system, but even I myself feel, disheartened whenever I visit the GPO's website and I see literally hundreds of thousands of war crimes of Russia against Ukraine, 245,000 to be exact. The sheer number is staggering. And criminal investigations launched into these are nonetheless staggering. And I think, Vitaly, if you would have 555 prosecutors, not just the mere 5 of them you have now, I don't think you would be able to make a huge progress. Not a single system or country is able to digest this great number of war crimes. So what can be done, Darina? There are people who are victims of these crimes. And definitely they are entitled to certain satisfaction, to certain feeling that they can hope for justice. Well, first of all, thanks for this opportunity of talking about this restorative effect of justice, because whenever we speak about traditional justice, we most of the time have in mind court or quasi-court tools that definitely have to operate in a due way to bring the criminals behind bars to responsibility, but this optics sometimes fails when it comes to victims, those who suffered, those who were witnesses to the crime, those who definitely have the right to enjoy certain satisfaction, not just because of the sufferings. And this should do through not only court mechanisms, but also international law mechanisms. And going back to criminal processes we have in Ukraine, many times we are entirely focused on the criminal itself, the crime itself, leaving out of our fields of view everyone affected by the crime, the victim or victims, witnesses, and so on. We may chase thoroughly international high-level cases, and the ICC, the aggression tribunal that has been set up lately, they all work in an attempt to punish the top sharks in this hierarchy. Putin, Gerasimov, the ministers, other such representatives of the Russian Federation. Meanwhile, they were just the initiators of those crimes. And when it comes to battlefield, there are specific people who commit those crimes. And these are the people against whom the victims want to see and have some justice. And unfortunately, a traditional criminal law system is not able to fill in just each and every gap here. It is not able to implement everything people need. And let us not forget about the duration of such court proceedings, which can go for literally years. And in many instances, these proceedings never end up in specific court pronouncements, not speaking of any sort of compensation for the victims, material, moral damage, and so on, which again leads people to this distrust in the whole judiciary, in the government, in the system. So something needs to be done with it, about it already, when we go closer to investigate crimes committed on the territory of Crimea for this period. Questions inevitably will arise as to how to bring to justice those responsible, what to do with those who left the peninsula, those who want to go back. And this is definitely outside the margin of these court and quasi-judicial mechanisms. There are millions of bits of information on that, cases from South Africa, Morocco, Canada, Peru, Argentina, all of them having some low-level experience with that. And it's time for us to learn from that accumulated international experience, to ascertain these opportunities of justice. So there are 5 elements to it. First is satisfaction. Yeah, by simple recognition that the crime did take place. There's a victim, there's potentially a witness to it. There is an opportunity to identify, to mark the victim as the one who suffered. Another question, another point concerns rehabilitation, not just the physical one, though it should happen as well, but also like mental, psychological rehabilitation. And here's the question to ask ourselves: how will we be dealing with people returning to the occupied territories? What kind of mechanisms we need to be in place? What kind of communication the government and the public will have to have with these people to have the trust in our institutions, in Ukraine, in international law, and international partners restored. For territories that have been sitting under control of the Russian Federation for several years, it will be important to restore and recreate all those social links they had had before the occupation. There's another point about guarantees of non-repetition of this crime, and we intensively communicate on that with international organizations. We see the nice mechanisms that exist over there, and we have some positive results on that already in Ukraine. Still, let's say these cases look more chaotic. It's more about trying to quench the fire with whatever you have at hand rather than doing systemic preemptive work. We'd like to see more involvement of the Commission, of the Ukrainian Institute, the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry for Social Policy. They need to join the efforts to create this system. The National Archives of Ukraine, they have to work better to register just everything happening in the conflict areas. Many times the available tools are only aimed at the territories constantly shelled by Russia since 2022. That way, they take out of the equation the territories that had been affected since 2014. So the Crimean prosecutor's office has a lot of information and documents on that, but the question is whether the information is truly full and complete. Can we use it to exactly judge what is happening on the territory of Crimea? And last but not least, the question of reparations. Certain reintegration through reparations mechanism for some years since 2022, when the whole mechanism was established. I mean, the mechanism to register the losses from war in Ukraine. Ukrainian civil society activists work actively trying to broaden this reparations scope to areas, people, and events before 2022, since 2014. because we see lots of people affected by the war before this full-scale invasion time, and the people really risk being going not without compensation, without reimbursement of the damage they had sustained. We could look at the experience of international partners, like the same topic of whether Ukraine should consider the idea of a commission for truth and reconciliation as a platform to collect information from the witnesses, from the victims, potentially from those who have committed crimes, to create a wholesome picture with lots of data to corroborate. On the other hand, it would mean an opportunity of using this huge series of data to prevent any attempt to repeat similar things. That way, by the way, the victims will be able to get some sort of satisfaction from a wider national, international recognition of this suffering they're going through. And when we were looking on such mechanisms, we did it on the international scale. And when it comes to Ukraine, there's a range of interesting initiatives and mechanisms designed here, but they are still chaotic. They're not systemic. They show no some lead partner, if you will, to join everyone's effort to create such a structured system to ensure there's deoccupation, reintegration, and post-conflict reconciliation. So the civic society has to work with law enforcement, government institutions in Ukraine, and with international partners of Ukraine, seeking the international experience to understand how Ukraine may ultimately design the policies and the mechanisms which will best suit its intentions after the occupation. Because when an area is already liberated, it is already too late to start considering any policy on that. Thank you, Darina. While you were explaining this, I did remember our own experience. We had a lot of field trips on the occupied territories. We chatted a lot with those who suffered the injustice there, and we would ask them what justice might mean for them. And many people would say, would express the lack of any hope or trust in that the true criminals will be identified, found, and brought to responsibility.
Those who were implicated in torture and kidnapping, because they obviously acted in disguise, they hid their faces, some of them were not even alive anymore. And a lot of victims in that said that for them an act of justice could be the punishment of those who had started this war and through the fault of whom all the concomitant crimes became possible. And as you've mentioned, a special tribunal is in the making for investigating crimes against Ukraine, and the gap which existed in the international mechanisms to bring the culprits to justice is gradually being bridged. Maybe not in an ideal manner, but this is the maximum of what was possible and doable. So we see that in spite of all those problems which we've discussed at the national and international level, certain mechanisms do operate, and I think in terms of history, the time that has passed is really negligible. And we do hope that in the future tangible and practical results will be reached. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to engage you in the discussion. We still have 15 minutes to go until the break, and you can comment on what you've heard or ask a question to the panelists, please raise your hands. We have colleagues who will give you microphones. You can speak in English or in Ukrainian, as we have simultaneous interpretation. So you're welcome. Thank you very much. I'm Mohammed Hajimkhah from the Arab Council in Ukraine. My Ukrainian is quite weak yet, but nevertheless, we've been dealing with the presentation of Ukraine in the Arab world for 15 years already. We all have seen that Russia, from the very beginning of the full-scale war, has been oriented towards the east now, to Asia and Africa. There are numerous visits from Africa to Russia. So Russia has understood that they cannot do this with the civilized world. So they are changing the direction of their work. You spoke about the Russian archaeologist, and if in cases like this and information about cases like that are spread and as information in Asia and in Africa, that would be very helpful, because so far they don't know anything about that. When I speak with the Arab media, I deal with people who are largely unaware of what's going on here, and they believe that Russia is right in everything. So if you direct your efforts towards the Arab world, Asia, and Africa, that will be very reasonable. You should dispel all the myths about Russia in the Eastern world, as it were. That would be very important for the restoration of justice, and that would also make a negative impact on Russia's presence in Africa, for instance. And people would understand that if they keep helping Russia, that will be against their interests. Thank you very much for this comment and for the work you're doing. But this is not very much of a question. This is more of a statement. Well, I will comment on that. Now we are working on what you have been speaking about. We're not talking about some individual part of the world, be it Asia or Africa. Our focus of work primarily now is aimed at the international level and at individual countries rather than institutions, because we have a lot of victims who are not citizens of Ukraine, who are foreigners for Ukraine. And our focus of activities will be on cooperation with individual countries, the citizens of which were illegally deported or deprived of their property, to make sure that the governments of those countries see and understand that the crimes are being perpetrated not just against the Ukrainian citizens and Crimean Tatars, but among the victims there are people of different nationalities and citizenships, so that they see that for the Russian Federation it doesn't matter what citizen of what country you are. They will be violating your rights and trying to annihilate you as an individual. Therefore, through our international cooperation, we are trying to show to our colleagues in other countries all the illegal actions and crimes of the Russian Federation. By way of advertising, I'd like to tell you about the investigations of our partners in Truth House. With that involves cases of forcible mobilization of foreigners into the Russian army. And another platform is Crimea Global, which is an annual platform for opinion exchange with the civic society of Asia, Africa, and Latin American countries. In autumn, in October, it'll be the fourth uh, conference of this kind, and together with the representation office of the president in Crimea, we bring over high-profile experts from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. People travel across Ukraine. They go to war-affected areas. They talk to people in the field, and this is a very important instrument of influence to make sure that people across the world know more about what's going on in Ukraine. Obviously, this is a drop in the ocean in terms of what has to be done, but each and everyone who has an opportunity to work in that direction, we should increase our input and get involved at different platforms. Please, I see one more hand risen. Mikhail Kuzminchuk, Krim UA organization, NGO. Darina, I have a question to you. You spoke about reparations and the register of losses. There's a problem that the time gap between 14 and the year 2022 is kind of excluded, and a lot of people from Crimea cannot claim the reparation of losses. We've sent letters to the Cabinet of Ministers, the President's Office, and the line ministries with the request to bridge this gap. We received some replies. We understand all the challenges related to that, but the question to you is, why do you think our partners do not want or cannot do this yet, and what steps should be taken to make them do this somehow? The Ministry of Social Policy recently provided statistics on IDPs from Crimea. There are 55,000 of them, which is not very much as compared to the overall number of IDPs, but they also can claim reparation, which date back to the period of time starting 2014. So I would be grateful to you for the answer. Maybe some other panelists would be able to take it. Thank you for this question. I also asked myself why the European Union decided to focus on the time period since 2022 only. There are several factors here, in my opinion. The first one being that the occupation of Crimea and the individual areas in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast was not perceived as a war per se. Before 2022, they spoke primarily about occupation or an armed conflict, but not a war. And for years, certain decisions were sitting on the shelves in the courts, and no rulings were issued. We know that the European human rights courts made some rulings on Crimean crimes only after the full-scale war, and the ICC decided to focus on 2022 primarily, even though before that, for 10 years, they had been gathering the data about the crimes perpetrated on the occupied territories before 2014. So all that could have made an impact on the decision of the European Union, which led to a decision which basically excluded the Crimeans from the legal possibilities to get reparations for their suffering. Yourselves and thousands of NGOs dealing with the occupied territories in Crimea repeatedly addressed international institutions and the individual partners abroad, including the Council of Europe and the Ukrainian authorities, with the request to bridge this gap, because otherwise we would exclude a considerable number of people from these processes. The number that you quoted, 55,000, those are those who have been registered, but the overall number of victims who can claim compensations is much higher. There's 1 million plus children alone on the occupied territory. So we understand that this process will depend largely on the political will. And obviously, the position of Ukraine should be more consistent, consolidated, and stable. It can be influenced by the civic society, ourselves, and the law enforcement bodies who have data about the crimes committed before 2022, and they can make the case why those crimes should be also included into these processes, so that we could persuade the Council of Europe to include that period of time from 2014 to 2022. Vitaly and Erye, I also would like to comment from the point of view of criminal justice. We have a lot of representatives of diplomatic corps here, and I'd like to address them as well in this. When we investigate war crimes committed on the territory of crime, and we designate victims, very often victims do not want to testify. It's obvious that the issue of Crimea and the victims from 2022, these are not commensurate issues. People very often refuse to testify. Maybe you've cooperated with NGOs discussing how we can explain to people what war crimes can be qualified as such, because very often people cannot even realize that they can be qualified as victims of war crimes. In many cases, people, when they're thrown out of their homes because they didn't want to take Russian passports, they thought that that was quite legal, because that was in line with the policy of the aggressor, and it was their own will not to receive Russian passports. But without the victims and their evidence, there cannot be justice attained. That is why the issue of equating kind of victims of the period of time of 2014 to 22, and from 22 afterwards, it's necessary to equate them. If you take a look at the crimes committed in Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, they are the same. When in 2022 torture chambers were opened on those territories, it was the same kind of crimes which had happened in Crimea before. People were tortured, people were electrified, and so on, just because they were civilians and they were not protected, and they stood for Ukraine. There are no differences between these two sets of crimes. So when you go to your countries, when you deal with the relevant authorities, please try to get across this point to them, that these two groups of victims is one and the same thing. If we do not provide for that, justice will be one-sided. We have to speak about all those victims as equal in terms of their rights. I think there was one more hand risen, so maybe we should take one more question. Okay, one final question or comment from the audience, and then we'll wrap it up. I'm Elena Kravchenko. Probably some of you know you. We've worked with you for many years, as regards Russian crimes in Crimea, as regards the cultural heritage. We have a catastrophic situation with the registers, especially as regards cultural heritage. This is obviously a question primarily to the state bodies of power, but this should be dealt with, otherwise we will not be able to get any reparations, any justice, even on crimes which we have documented. My question is as follows. Is our Ukrainian legislation ready and proper to be able to work on those issues at the international level? Is it aligned with the international legislation? I will try to take this by my reflections and some previous questions as well. First, about the attitude to different regions. Well, this panel is not just about justice in Ukraine for the sake of justice in Ukraine. This issue has much broader nature, to defend all those who were victims to human rights violations. And a lot of mechanisms and instruments which we are talking about were designed to help victims of the most serious crimes in general. And the ICC is not just for Ukraine, it's relatable to all conflicts. There's a system of prioritization in the environment when we have hundreds of thousands of proceedings. Means that our experience can be instrumental for people suffering from other conflicts. That's why in communication with other countries we hear questions whether the support of justice in Ukraine is instrumental to support international justice worldwide. That was asked in the context of the tribunal and so on, and our answer is yes, it is instrumental for doing justice at the international level across the world. As regards the question of the register and cultural heritage, this is the result of numerous compromises, and sometimes this is an issue of a lack of finance to encourage countries to support us. Well, we hear some soundtrack which reminds us that we have to break off for coffee. Anyway, some of these compromises may be instrumental in certain situations. What we have to do is to keep on working and to broaden those boundaries, because the possibility to broaden the temporal bounds is possible. But for obvious reasons, the focus of attention, since the full-scale invasion was shifted, and we cannot get stuck in that. As regards the legislation, the question concerning Ukraine's legislation, it's partly yes and partly no. The alignment with international legislation is a kind of flexible issue, whether other countries will respect our requests for deportation of suspects is one thing, and it depends whether those countries believe that our proceedings are credible and based on solid evidence. This is something we still have to improve, but the very understanding that we have to improve this area and the presence of political will, this thing is something that can bring us closer to improvement, because the investigation of those cases is going on right now, and we cannot sit back and wait until all our legislation will be aligned with international laws. Okay, thank you. We suggest that we continue this discussion over a cup of coffee. Let's thank the panelists, Darina Pirhorna, Ria Mora, Irina Vertsutska, and Victoria Sekretar. Thank you all for staying with us.
Ага, працює.
Dear colleagues, we kindly ask everyone to go back into the hall because we are to start our next panel, which will be about security measures. Crimea as a constant, a strategy for liberation amidst geopolitical change. Please welcome Alina Frolova, the moderator, deputy chair of the board of the Center for Defense Strategies, coordinator of the security track at the Crimea Platform Expert Network. Over to you, Alina. Good afternoon. I think it's been a long time since we enjoyed last time this elation that we feel now. And yeah, I will be moderating the panel dedicated to the security aspects of the Crimean factor. And please welcome our panelists, dear Ilya, Mikhailo. So let me represent our panelists. We have two of them with me here and two online. So the panel will be dedicated to how the very concept of discussion around the Crimea will change, as it has already changed in this year. For the past fortnight, I've been hearing from Western analysts about Ukraine winning the war. It would not be possible to say something like that even 6 months ago. When there were discussions of even a theoretic chance of winning the war, we were told it's not realistic. But then this breakthrough. Another huge breakthrough is as follows. For the past years, the situation in the Crimea, around the Black Sea region, it strongly had a flavor for me, something we had before that. Like, yeah, we know the Crimea has been occupied, it's an occupied territory, but let us not dwell on that. Let us rather look at Donbass. And then for a year, maybe a year and a half, we've been having something around, it may not be possible to liberate it militarily, maybe some chances will appear maybe in 10 years after Putin's death. Let us not dig deeper. Everyone understands it's Ukraine, but this is not the right time for it. And suddenly it appears that it's right on time, and the situation can change. And it can be done militarily through economic pressure. And yes, the situation on land, at sea, and the skies has changed, but it hasn't changed internationally. I'm yet to hear any meaningful discussion among our foreign partners to show their understanding of potential developments of situation, of trends, of their readiness to accept the military liberation of the Crimea. That we do understand how to work with it diplomatically, politically afterwards. So we are still at the crossroads, and I think that besides making some physical steps in different domains, Ukraine will have to cause substantial diplomatic, pressure to somehow, articulate its strong position and potential development scenarios. We'll be speaking today with Ilya Pavlenko, Major General, Deputy Head of the Main Intelligence Directorate of the MOD in 2015-2020. Hi, Ilya. Now, Mikhailo Samos, member of the Crimea Platform Expert Network, Director of the new Geopolitics Research Network, and we will have with us online Andrei Klimenko, the head of the monitoring group of the Institute of Black Sea Strategic Studies and editor-in-chief of Black Sea News. We are dearly missing you, Andrei. Sorry to hear that you weren't able to join us offline here, but you're with us. And please welcome John Herbst, Director of the Eurasia Center Atlantic Council. He will be with us online too. So yes, let us discuss first what's happening on the land, at sea, in the skies. Dear Ilya, what the latest developments have been when it comes to military efforts? There were some words about successful isolation of the Crimea. What steps can follow it? Thanks for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. And truly, the situation has drastically changed of late. Actually, we went from hits against individual important military targets towards a rather systemic pressure affecting Russia's ability to use the Crimean Peninsula as a military bridgehead. Russia has been trying to use the relatively safe territory of the Crimea as a naval base, as airfields to exert pressure on the Ukrainian armies in the south of Ukraine. Now the situation seems to have changed. No longer a relatively safe rear area, it's already a military hub with all pertinent risks. The logistics is under strain, and some political problems already started emerging in and around the Crimea. Our objective, though, is not to isolate the residents there. It's rather about isolating the military machinery of Russia to limit or hamper its ability to transport weapons, oil and petrol, to cut short the ability to use the Crimea as really a starting point for military actions. So I think we've entered into a new phase of Crimea isolation. But again, to formulate it correctly, it's not about blockade of the Crimea. It's rather about reducing Russia's ability to use its military machine, the ability to use it as a military base for further action. Okay, going with the theory of war, what can follow? There's this isolation attempt, and we unfortunately know that situation may change suddenly. At some point, Ukraine is at the top with innovative solutions. At other time, Russia might do it. So how Ukraine could sustain this isolation, this prevailing mode, and how long Russia will still be able to have this Crimea as the deep reserve, even in spite of this isolation. Throughout the time of my military service, I had a chance of serving there when Mishkov was like the president there. There were some attempts to capture the island of Tuzla at the time. So I can tell you that Russia has been preparing to capture the Crimea for decades through the agents of influence, through economic factors, isolation measures. They would bring in their servicemen, military instructors, and so on. So if we are to reclaim the Crimea as a part of Ukraine, we'll have to use all sorts of leverage, military, economic, political, information, diplomatic, and so on possibilities and trends. Well, first of all, it's no longer a safe part in the rear for Russia. Russia would try to peddle this topic of unsinkable carrier in the Crimea, and the model is progressively being destroyed. And yes, we switch from individual targets to a systemic pressure on Russia to prevent it from further using the Crimea as the military and naval base. Thirdly, we drain Russia's resources because Russia has to keep the line on the front line, and they have to somehow maintain what they have in the Crimea, which gradually debilitates the Russian system. A fourth point, this military pressure creates a sort of a diplomatic effect, because a diplomacy without any leverage is is beggar's position. Now, and at this time of war, so Lina has mentioned, the Crimea has changed its position from something nearly forgotten to suddenly rediscovered military asset that Ukraine is hitting. And yes, we'll have to prepare to deoccupy the Crimea and bring it back into the fold of Ukraine. Thank you, Ilya. We do see the war goes in different directions, and various domains affecting the situation on the battlefield do change as well. A bit less classical has been these sanctions, the isolation. Russia's reduced trading capacity because of the active hostilities. We long use this word far-reaching or long-range sanctions, and some measures have been taken even by our European partners when they would capture or detain Russian shadow fleet vessels. But now, Andrei, over to you. You do know, probably you are the best to know the situation at sea, and there are informations about Russia allegedly having reduced the export capacities, which you strongly disproved. So what's happening actually with the exports? What measures are in place to combat the ability to use the Black Sea and the fleet there for exporting activities? Are these instrumental? Do they really bring closer the possibility of deoccupation? You know, when it comes to the war at sea, there's a certain pause, hopefully not a long one. So what's happening now, effectively? The Black Sea, together with the Baltic Sea, is becoming the prime regions for Russia to export its crude and oil products. About 2 months ago, almost a half would be transited through the Baltic Sea, 27 roughly percent for the Far East, and 19% would be through the Black Sea. Now, and I think this is a clear indication of the successful strike of our defense forces against Russia's oil refineries. According to Mikhail Gonchar's estimates, he published his material in Zerkalo Tizhnya today. Up to 50% of the oil refining capacity has been affected. This means that more crude will go through sea. 4 million tons were exported in February, of crude oil across Baltic. 6 million in April, 7.7 million in May, and this June there will be a record more than 8.5 million tons of crude exported, for roughly 30% of the total exports. I wouldn't dare suggesting something to our military guys, but I think they surely know and see the situation. Clearly, it would be only logical, to strengthen these naval components, to better blockade the Russian exporting capacities at the originating ports after the Tuapse seaport was annihilated. Just two other Novorossiysk and Taman ones have remained. So there's no other option for Ukraine than to further up the ante with this naval war. As regards things that Alina mentioned regarding assessments by our friends in Europe, I think their actions there are rather sort of imitation, because yeah, they flag shadow fleet like vessels using false flag or have no flag at all, but this is hardly a feat. If we check the SOLAS convention, any vessel without proper registration can and has to be actually stopped. Our president has been asking our naval partners to update the legislations for nearly a year, but still it results in certain fine on the captain, some conditional court measures, but then the vessel is released because keeping it at bay costs a lot. It can be as much as 50,000 euro daily for such a holding pattern. So it remains to be seen whether, say, the UK is going to really sell the oil such tankers carry. We'll see. But now going to the general topic and the focal points outlined by our moderator, I'd say it's like this. We, the experts, have to have this attack style. Just think of it. What else do we need? The latest G7 summit said literally that we, the leaders of the G7 countries, remain steady in our support of Ukraine, its integrity, territorial integrity, freedom, independence, and so on. So to say that the experts need to get rid of the diplomacy robes and be more outright in their public appearances, particularly abroad. And whenever we have to talk to our foreign countries, we need to increasingly loudly tell them that Ukraine shall recover its occupied territories in an attempt to reach the borders of 1991. Because any procrastinations, like Alina has mentioned at the beginning, any procrastinations in our friends' perceptions of it, and something that you can find also in the expert community. About a couple of months ago, I was asked by German experts, like, what about ceasefire along the contact line and so on? And I told them, look, the situation is fluid, it's changing, and you're deeply stuck in this contact line based ceasefire. There won't be any such attempt because it will mean death for Putin. It would mean political death or maybe even physical death for him if he releases the Crimea. Generally, if we check the analogy with the Crimean War, the repercussions can be quite serious. And I think that now we as expert community members need to have a very Congress position that only our attempt to successfully dismantle the modern version of Russian military empire can make the world safer, at least for some time.
Thank you. What would you say about what we observe now is some hidden ties of Russia which keep Russia afloat. Turkey facilitates some of the supply issues for Russia. Some other European countries, regional leaders, also help them in that respect. What can you say to comment that? Turkey at the moment is the second, following India. Not Turkey, not to China, mind you, but Turkey is the second recipient of Russia's oil and petroleum products. By doing so, Turkey demonstrates that they are not a friend of ours, they are not an ally of ours, because they make it possible for Russia to make huge huge amounts of money that help their ally Putin. We all follow the work of our colleague Katerina Yaresko, who's tracking the routes of the stolen Ukrainian grain stolen by Russia, and the last recorded route, which was recorded, the last recorded cargo, is just a disgrace. The previous case, which was detected to that effect, resulted in a scandal. But now, if something comes to a NATO member countries, ports are sovereign territories of the country, and if they receive a bulk from the occupied Crimea, it means that their statements of the Turkish leaders are simply worthless. Facts actually speak much louder than words and diplomatic rhetoric. Ukraine is demonstrating an attacking style in foreign policy, apart from other things, and I guess that we have to speak about that out loud. First at the expert level, and then diplomats and heads of states will join in. And as regards the oil products is the perpetuum mobile of the Russian aggression. The situation is unique. Half of the oil is carried by sanctioned or sub-sanctioned tankers. The other half is carried by countries which are by ships which are owned by some NATO countries, like Greece and Turkey. And starting from the 19th package of sanctions, which was suggested by Ukraine, there was a ban on giving services for the transportation of Russian oil. So what is happening now is pure hypocrisy, and this we have to expose that hypocrisy. Mikhailo, now the question for you. You are current with the international developments. What do you observe among our partners, including regional partners like Turkey and other partners? Obviously, Europe is a key player in any potential talks and shaping of future visions of peace and regional security. What is your observation of as regards the reaction of those countries to what's going on in Crimea? What do you see? Because I see the expert opinions, but I do not see a unified European stance or official positions of individual countries as regards what's going on there. The microphone is not working at the moment. Now it's on. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to this forum. The Crimean issue is always topical. I would like to remind you that the Crimea is the gravitation center of this war and the gravitation center of the Russian Empire, of the current edition, as it were. And when we speak about geopolitical and the military and strategic issues, this aspect should be highlighted all the time as we plan our operations and as we cooperate with our partners. They very often fail to understand this when they speak about a ceasefire on the along the contact line, and they do not bring up the geopolitical importance of Crimea and the importance of the annexation of the Crimea by Russia in 2014. At that time, when Putin adopted that decision, it was not adopted overnight. It was followed by the sham referendum and so on and so forth. And as they did that, they understood that they can move forward. And it was one of the decisions of Putin which aimed at the restoration of the Russian Empire. It was at that time that he thought that he would be able to capture Ukraine and restore the Soviet Union, to make a Soviet Union version 2.0. And they wanted to do something like go back to the times when the countries of the former Warsaw Pact should come back in the fold of the Russian Empire. Logically, what stems from this is when we speak about a victory in this war, or even stopping that war. Our partners wanted to take Crimea out of this equation. They kept saying, let's put it aside for the time being. None of our partners wanted to take responsibility for that, and when we spoke about a group of people who wanted to express some goodwill, be it countries or otherwise, we understood that those countries were not ready to undertake responsibility for any conflict, a possible conflict with Russia. That all this will come only after the completion of the hot phase of this war. And all those talks were excluding the factor of Crimea, which in my opinion was a mistake. And now, when the defense forces of Ukraine have managed to bring Crimea back into the military strategic context and geopolitical context, we have a chance to move forward. And from the point of view of military strategy, I can do some modeling here. Let's assume that there is a blockade of Crimea militarily, and it puts Russia in a predicament. What does Putin do in this case? His resources are dwindling, they're short of people, they start resorting to hidden mobilization. So he is facing a strategic dilemma to stop the military actions in the Donbass area and to start pulling out the troops and move them to the Crimea, trying to preserve the land bridge to Crimea. Before 2022, we spoke about the scenarios of the future war. We always said that that would definitely be related to the land bridge to Crimea. Russia will definitely try to secure a land bridge to Russia from Crimea. They want to cut Ukraine off from the sea. This is their political plan, to make Ukraine a landlocked country. That's for sure. To make Ukraine a kind of a country which will not be fully functional, because Ukraine is a maritime country and they want to deprive us of this status. So will Putin really stop the war in Donbass and try to save the Crimea, or will he do something like in the Kursk region? We do have a template ready. Putin did not dash to save the Kursk region, even though it was proper territory of Russia, but he, in the meantime, kept pressing on in the Donbass, involving the North Koreans and so on. And they also used some technical advancements using fiber optics and making things more difficult for Ukraine? Or will he try to continue his pressure on Donbass? And if this template works out, I think he cannot give up Donbass because he has risen up the status of Donbass too high. And in such a scenario, we would be able to see this initiative of ours through and liberate and secure Crimea. Our partners should understand that we should become a fully fledged subject with a agency in the Black Sea area, and in my opinion, I think not a single country of Europe or anywhere in the world can undertake responsibility for the further developments there. They fully delegated to Ukraine. If Ukraine can do it, then they will support us. If not, they will go back to the position they had before. Let's leave Crimea alone and not deal with it for the time being. So now Ukraine has a chance to set a strategic trap for Putin, and I believe we can do it. Remembering that the Crimea is a key to the collapse of the Russian Empire. I believe for Putin's empire, that would be the beginning of the end. I don't know how much time it would take and when the elites will rise up, but this will spell the end of the empire anyway, because this empire cannot exist without Crimea. Back in 2014, Putin made his choice, and it's final. Well, as regards modeling certain scenarios, I and many experts believe that in a stalemate situation for himself, Putin will try to play the European card and attack one of the EU countries and to get better negotiating positions, to exchange, to use it as a bargaining chip to bring back Crimea. People bring up the issue of the Baltic countries, of Poland, which can face this aggression. And we understand that our European partners are not very ready for that, but the war is changing, it's largely unpredictable. And we see that from the very beginning, Putin was within the paradigm of tactical KGB style planning, when in a situation of chaos they are trying to look for new opportunities which are opening up, be it fiber optics, negotiation advantages, the presidency of Donald Trump, and so on. They look for these new opportunities. Mr. Herbst, with this I turn to you. We see how the position of the US have been changing, and what we see here from Ukraine is that the US has lost their influence on negotiations. They have lost a lot of instruments of pressure on Russia. We see that Ukraine now is getting lucky militarily, and this influences the position of Europeans. What do you see in the US? What is the discussion there? Are they discussing, or at least considering, the opportunity to militarily liberate Crimea or deoccupy Crimea? Because half a year ago, from different sources, we heard that Trump was ready to speak about territory exchange, leaving Crimea out of this. He said that we have to give up Donbass. What's going on in the US in that respect?
Make one comment on the overall situation as I see it, and then I'll try to answer specifically your question. I felt since the war began in 2014 and since the big invasion of 2022 that Ukraine could not lose this war as long as there was substantial Western support. But I also felt the war would last a long time because Putin had no intention of giving up his goal of obtaining effective political control of Ukraine. And Ukraine did not have the means to force Putin. Ukraine, with the support it received from the West, including the United States, did not have the means to force Putin to end the war. Over the past 2 months, that my view has changed. I think that the punishing campaign that you've been waging, it's been more than 2 months, but the impact of it has become clear going back to April. As a result of that, it's reasonable to say that the war will end within the next 2 years, and maybe not even 2 years from now, but something sooner. The pressure that your air campaign is putting on the Russian position at the front broadly, that your campaign is putting on especially the situation in Crimea, and then the pressure your strikes into Russia is putting on the Russian economy, Russian logistics, and even the Russian people's perception of this war has created serious political problems for Putin. Okay, that's my view. Now let's talk about the overall American reaction, or maybe I should say American reactions, plural, to what's happening in and around Crimea. Sadly, most Americans, to the extent they pay attention to Crimea, were taught the Russian view in our history classes that Crimea belongs to Russia. As one of your panelists said, we all know Russia only took control of Crimea in the late 18th century. At roughly the same time, it took substantial control of Poland, just to make a comparison, show how things are understood differently and developed differently. But sadly, what I call Russian imperial history has been the history of Russia taught in most of the United States. So this is a problem for Ukraine. It's also a problem for Americans who want to pursue American interests vis-a-vis the Russian war on Ukraine, and specifically the Russian position in Crimea. As we all know, during when negotiations were going on with some intensity prior to the war in the Persian Gulf, there were people in the administration who not only thought that Russia should maintain control of Crimea in any settlement, but that the United States should recognize in a de jure fashion, that Crimea was Russian territory. A truly stupid idea, dangerous for American interests, and of course, drastic, really unfortunate for Ukraine. Now, that was never taken to be the US position, thank goodness, but this was in play. We all remember that one of the great things done during Trump's first term was the Pompeo Doctrine that the United States would never, ever recognize Crimea as Russian territory. And here was an effort within the administration to change that very sensible policy. Now, how are Americans reacting to what's going on in and around Crimea? And note my ironic but accurate use of that phrase, in and around Crimea. Because we all know that, especially before the big invasion, some of the not very bright people in the West who are trying to mediate between Russia and Ukraine love to use that word, that phrase, in and around Ukraine, instead of saying plainly Russia's aggressive war against Ukraine. But of course, what you're doing, what your military is doing in and around Ukraine is isolating Ukraine. And it's in and around because it's what you're doing not just on the peninsula itself, and not just in the Black Sea and Azov Sea around it, but on the land routes into Russia, on Ukrainian territory, on occupied Ukrainian territory. You know, this extends from Donbass to Crimea, the so-called land bridge, but also in Russia itself, where you're wreaking havoc.
Це там, де ви наводите хаос в логістиці російській.
What was happening, what you were doing to Crimea, which has been evident for, again, at least a couple of months, but they understand it largely now. A good thing is amongst those people are policymakers in the Trump administration. It's been, thank goodness, over 3 months since Vice President Vance said Russia would inevitably take, for example, Western Donbass because it had mathematical superiority in terms of numbers of people, size of the economy, size of the armed forces, and size of the military-industrial complex. That was always not a very smart observation, and even the Vice President has stopped saying that, thank goodness. And President Trump, who does like winners, has noted several times over the past 3 or 4 weeks, that Ukrainian and Zelensky are fighters. They are excellent warriors. And that's in a very direct way, acknowledging the progress of your armed forces over the past few months, and especially your progress in isolating Crimea and turning Crimea from Putin's pride to Putin's very large vulnerability. I worry about many things, but one of the things I worry about right now is that given Russia's clearly and visibly worsening military situation, Putin might decide to say yes to the idea Trump was pushing since before he returned to the White House, of a ceasefire along the current lines held by the two armed forces. I frankly had thought that this would be the stable peace that might be achieved up until this campaign, which you began again months ago. The campaign again more broadly across the front, he strikes into Russia, but particularly around Crimea and in Crimea. If Putin were to say that and mean it, and of course he could say it and lie and then reconsider his position, but if he were to say it and be willing to accept an actual end to the shooting, that could get in the way of your pressure on Crimea to ultimately lead to your getting back Crimea and retaking more of occupied Ukraine. But Putin seems to be clueless or unable to make a decision which in any way compromises on his goal of, again, taking effective political control of Ukraine. So that may protect Ukraine from the danger I just described. Right now, that seems to be the case. But if Putin were to actually do that, the temptation for Trump to accept it, because this was Trump's position all along, would be substantial. So this is one more reason for you make as much possible progress as you can as Putin foolishly continues to push for his maximum aims in Ukraine, which were never possible for him to achieve unless support for the West collapsed, which it has not, despite the changes in American policy over the past year.
Дякую. Я би хотіла в цьому контексті багато чого.
Thank you so much. Thank you. In this context, you mentioned this deep concern that Trump may revisit his position to request ceasefire along the contact line, potentially debilitating the already strong enough Ukrainian position. And Andris mentioned it that Ukraine goes aggressive with its current policy. He mentioned Greece and Turkey with their kind of funny positions when they, on the one hand, support Ukraine, on the other hand, venture into economic policies that hardly prove it. And yeah, as Trump now recognizes, Ukraine has some card to play with. So I would ask all the panelists to answer the following question. If you would be to to make some projections maybe for the upcoming period. So, what kind of objective Ukraine should have for this upcoming period? Maybe create a sort of coalition, create or design a policy on deoccupation. So, for you as experts, what should be Ukraine's priority for the coming year? Just confirming that the position on Crimea remains and the Crimea will be returned. Maybe the occupation leverage and measures. What sort of objective you would identify you as experts for yourself? I'd like to start with you, John.
Okay, I only understood part of your question, and I'll try to answer what I understood. There is in the United States, amongst the American people, real support for Ukraine. Polls demonstrated over the past 9 or 10 months that something like 70% of Americans think that we should be giving as much or more aid to Ukraine as we did during the Biden administration. That over 80% of Americans identify Putin as a man who's working against American interests, an evil man. And that same number supports Ukraine winning this war. In Congress, the numbers are almost as large. Over 2/3 of both parties support giving aid to Ukraine the way we did in the past, and would like to give more weapons to Ukraine. On Crimea, the understanding is not as clear as that, because again, people only lately becoming aware of the situation there. But I think it's safe to say that our support, again, the American people's support for Ukraine as it conducts this latest stage of the war is there for you. That support, though, has not translated into encouraging the White House in a serious way to take more steps in support of Ukraine. And I think that, coming back to the point I made earlier, if Putin were to say tomorrow he's ready to stop all the shooting and, the Russian forces remain where they are, I'm not sure the American people would object to that, because I think that would be unfortunate, because you're in a position to take back more of your territory, and maybe a lot more. I think that's what I can say without further understanding of the questions.
Дякую. Пане Ілля,
Thank you. What is a potential objective for you, Ilya? In my view, the matter of the Crimea is more than just the matter of national security of Ukraine. If the war ends, but the Crimea remains a bridgehead for Russia, I don't think it will mean the end of this war. It will be rather a hiatus, a pause between another launch. Because the Kremlin does have more strategic imperial ambitions, and the Crimea is really a golden key for them to these doors. More than just a military base, also an opportunity to exert pressure across the Black Sea region, also in the south of Ukraine. Remember this Novorossiya project, and given the potential threats from Belarus, it can mean some strategic pressure onto us. And not only on us. You've mentioned this possibility of somehow pressing on Europeans. Yeah, if they can convince Belarus to move further, then definitely it will be a security matter, not just for us, but also for the European area, for the whole Black Sea region. So I think that's very important not to stop where we are, be cannot allow Russia this return to kind of ceasefire formula without the Crimea. It's a dangerous thing. We should not allow this. The Crimea should not remain the military hub. Okay, Mikhailo? I think the task for the next year will be interesting for the Crimea and positive for Ukraine. And I think the expert community has to really vigorously present this topic in the discourse, in the discussions. It's about correct response to this blockade. Like, you know, a model, a template for Putin might be like, we don't have any problem with it. There's petroleum there at gas pumps, and no problems. And here we need to help our Western partners, our European partners, to understand that Ukraine isn't the culprit. It's the fault of Russia. They had occupied the Crimea, committing war crimes there. So whatever humanitarian repercussions can be perceived by our partners, well, maybe they could have come up with some humanitarian corridors, some sort of type of assistance, but it should not be a shocking thing for our European and NATO partners, because it may happen that our partners are not ready. Definitely Russia will be launching another yet anti-Ukrainian campaign, telling that, oh yeah, look at what Ukraine is doing, they're causing a humanitarian catastrophe there. And yes, we know this discussion, let us exchange territories and forget about everything. So yes, I think the networks of experts, the communities have to include this topic in their discourse, not just to explain everything to our partners, but to help them prepare for it. Okay, Andrei, it was intentional that I left you to speak the last on the topic. Certain principled matters to mention. I'd like to start with Mikhailo Samusendet. Russia will use these after effects of the infrastructural blockade of the Crimea to create something they know better from history, like the blockade of Leningrad. They definitely will revisit this topic of the Great Patriotic War, and they will be peddling and capitalizing on it. We, inside the expert community, and I'd like to specifically address our brothers in fight dealing with human rights protection. We have a very clear, well-substantiated position. First of all, on top of the 2 million of pre-war population of the Crimea, they have at least 1,100,000 of those that the Russian Empire resettled in the Crimea. These are the guys who sit there illegally, and they have to go away from the Crimea. They have to leave it. Second, regarding the nations that currently, in this or that way, support Putin's aggression by providing him with money. There's a task from us to European companies, shipping companies, ship owners, a request to them to stop shipping Russian oil and oil products, and let Greece be prepared. It will be hard and hot for them. And let Turkey prepare for that, because it will be as inconvenient for them as for Greece. 27 million tons of Russian crude were bought by Turkey last year. They didn't really need it, but they bought it to process it into oil products to be sold across the EU. it should not continue like that. These shippings to civilized world countries, particularly to NATO countries, have to stop. Same goes about the stolen Ukrainian grain. There should be a strategy of a naval blockade to affect oil transports from the Russian Federation. Without that, the war will continue until Russia runs out of its oil. So we need to retain our attack style, and we need to let our partners, all our friends, allies in Europe, in the US, to know this. It was hard for them, but we have to inspire them. Only a military defeat of the Russian Empire can mean safety and peace in Europe and across the world. A nice combination to switch to questions from the floor. Just don't forget to say your name. I'm Marcel Gascon from FS Spain. And my question is to Ilya and Mikhaila. Why do you think President Zelensky announced this 40-day campaign? What is his end objective with it? I think the answer is simple. Ukraine is not only waging a military campaign, but it also is defending itself with all the opportunities available to it, diplomatic as well, informational as well. And whenever the Supreme Commander-in-Chief says there's a military operation, definitely it creates additional information and psychological repercussions. I would add here, actually, he didn't announce the campaign. He would approve the operation of the Security Service of Ukraine. This is a secret, clandestine operation, and there are certain measures envisaged within the scope of it, so we can only witness things that how they will be unfolding. Can I add briefly, Alina? Okay. You know, frankly speaking, with an understanding that our president is not just the supreme commander, but still has his skills of a cinema maker and stand-up comedian, not lost to him. I feel, you know, in the burial tradition of Orthodox Church believers, there's 40-day remembrance day for freshly buried, so maybe they intend to bury the thing in 40 days. Okay, thank you. Stanislav Zhelichovsky, Ukraine Academy of Geostrategy and Geopolitics. Thank you for this brilliant panel discussion. And I have a question on potential scenarios to unfold later on. No one would argue that the Crimea is a key component of the Russo-Ukrainian war. I think the war started from there and it should end there. The only thing we don't know is how long it might take, whether there will be some ceasefire stages and so on. So my question is as following. For Putin, the Crimea is a prime asset. Not just strategically speaking, but with some sacral meaning of it. And understandably, if Russia loses its control over the Crimean Peninsula, it will mean a catastrophe for the Russian regime. So my question is just to everyone willing to respond. In this case, if there's a real threat of losing the Crimea, will he resort to some nuclear measures, however probable or improbable it is? And if yes, what kind of scenarios we might end up with afterwards? Anyone willing? I would really like, John, you to take the question first.
When I mentioned earlier that I could see an end to the war in 2 years as a result of this campaign, I had in mind one, a serious military defeat, for example, which leads or a serious Russian military retreat because of the stoppage of supplies to Russian forces around Kherson or around Zaporizhia, but especially some form of collapse on the peninsula, on Crimea. This is a real danger for Putin. The political aspects of that could lead to an end to his regime, or at least his being in control. And this is very clearly, this war is being continued despite the problems they face because of Putin's insistence on it. That's very important. But it is true that if the Russian position in and around Crimea were to collapse, the Putin might consider escalation. There are, I would say, roughly 3 things we've been hearing about of the form which escalation would take. The least thoughtful and somewhat ridiculous is that Russia should pound Ukraine even harder than it has. As we all know, the Russians with their air campaign have been pounding Ukrainian civilians, civilian infrastructure, especially the production of electricity, mercilessly since the first winter in the big invasion, and without impact on the strategic situation of their military in Ukraine. So there's not much more they can do, and it would not make a difference in the war. The more dangerous forms of escalation are what some people refer to as horizontal escalation, which is, and you hear more and more talk about this in Telegram channels on Russian TV about, for example, bombing military production facilities in Europe, in NATO countries. That is extremely risky for Putin, and the chances of him doing it are not nil, but maybe in the 10% range at most, because they can't assume that the Western response will be weak and feckless the way it has been in the past. And then the final possibility, which I think is even less likely than a horizontal escalation of the war, would be the use of tactical nuclear weapons. The fear of Russia going nuclear was the main reason for Biden's timidity in providing arms to Ukraine. Even though the use of tactical nukes never made much sense, because even before your drones took over the skies in this war, your forces were spread out, and tactical nukes are meant to destroy people. And if they're not really all packed together, you're not doing very much damage. Plus, of course, the political impact globally of the use of nuclear weapons, including in China, plus the fact that since Ukraine and Russia are neighboring countries, radioactive material would blow into Russia. All of those factors still obtain. And that's why Putin has threatened nuclear use many times over the past 5 years, 4+ years of the big invasion. We've never seen him actually use it. So possible, but highly unlikely. Ditto with the horizontal escalation. And what we've seen in the Russian reaction to your great success in recent months has been not paying attention publicly, Band-Aid type statements about, we will make Ukraine pay without any real action, because the consequences of a major new Russian response are very high. And of course, I forgot to mention another mobilization of forces, conscription of forces. When they did the partial conscription, the partial mobilization in September of 22, there was a great reaction against it. Anywhere from 600,000 or 700,000 to 1.5 million Russian draft-age men fled Russia, and senior Russian politicians distanced themselves from it. We know that Putin does not want to go there because he understands that while the Ukrainian people recognize they have to fight this war, because they face extinction as Ukrainians if they don't fight it. The Russian people have no particular reason to fight this war. Only the extremists, the chauvinist extremists want to fight this war, and Putin himself.
Дякую. До речі, взагалі питання
Thank you very much. Well, the issue of new nuclear deterrence should also be in the focus of attention of our experts in terms of how to defend Europe and shape a new strategy so that more countries have this umbrella of protection. If the US, Great Britain and France cannot provide countries with this umbrella, we should consider how to make this happen so that more countries would be safe. This is obviously a subject for further deliberations and discussions. Mr. Chubarov, you wanted to ask a question, please. Well, first of all, I would like to thank everyone for very deep insight and projections. Obviously, Crimea in military and economic security terms is very important for Ukraine. It's obvious that Crimea is key to the resolution of this war. I fully agree that the liberation of Crimea can result in a number of developments which will transform Russia greatly, including Russia's borders. All this is well and fine, and maybe I missed something because I came late to this panel, but while I was listening, I didn't hear that, and I would like to bridge this gap. I would like to call upon all the experts and the panelists too by saying the following. When we speak about Crimea, and especially when we speak about leaving Crimea aside, taking it out of the equation, or looking or postponing the resolution of the Crimean issue for several decades, which is the idea of some European countries who say that we should do it for the sake of peace. We should also take into account, when we speak about this, the fate of the Crimean Tatars. If we, for instance, spoke about some huge house which was undertaken by bandits or gangsters, and we would say that, well, it has a very strategic location, and we would never speak about the people who live in this house and who are taken hostage in that house. So please be mindful of that. When we speak at the level of experts about that, we should definitely and invariably take into account the fate of the people of Crimea. So we have to find some additional mechanisms provided by the international law and otherwise to make sure that we should take into account the factor of the indigenous Crimean Tatar people and how this factor will make an impact on the further liberation of Crimea. Don't forget about that. Thank you. I think everyone can confirm that any liberation, and this is something that the President repeats time and time again, and experts, when we speak about that, we primarily speak about the people. We never forget about the human factor here. We do not forget about the Crimean Tatars who resist heroically to the Russian aggression. We have to keep on working on this, and it is on this note that we will wrap up this discussion. We should not just keep in touch with people in Crimea, but each and every one of us should do our utmost to make the occupation possible. I thank all the panelists very much. We have reassured ourselves that when we fight at all fronts, the situation on the ground and at sea sometimes bring about diplomacy as the main key instrument. But now, in the environment when we are requiring an increasingly aggressive style, militarily and diplomatically, we should understand that the situation on the battleground is changing rapidly, thanking our military. And we, as experts, should factor in this, and we have to keep more pressure intellectually and otherwise, and to rally all the experts and our European partners to shape the future policy and vision to make it more practical and less theoretical. Thank you all panelists, and let's give them a round of applause, all those online and offline. And now we're going to break off for lunch, and at 3 o'clock, please come back and we will take it from there. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, we kindly ask everyone to come back to the hall. Please be seated as we continue with our next panel. And it will be about the fight for identity in the occupied Crimea. Before the start, I'd like to draw attention to what we have presented in the scope of this forum. Every such event from the Crimean Platform, the governmental, the parliamentarian, the expert level, it's always an opportunity to talk about political prisoners of consciousness and detainees. And we've mentioned mentoring support today several times. And let me assure you that this support to political prisoners is of greatest importance, and everyone involved is an asset in their cells. So please consider these sticker packs created around the paintings of Bogdan Ziza, a political prisoner from the Crimea. Most of his life he was in occupation, and when he knew of Russian crime in Irpin Bucha in early 2022, already in May, being a painter and activist, he threw blue and yellow paint on the local Russian administration, the Crimea, and he was sent 15 years behind bars as a terrorist. And even there, he was able to protest at all case hearing. He would mention the names of political prisoners from the Crimea. He would address our President Zelensky and other dignitaries to remind them about the prisoners and the need to fight for that. And we've made it thanks to our collaboration with an editorial house that we'd like to thank for this. This is probably the world's first manga to tell the story of fight and resistance of the Crimean Tatars in the Crimea since 2014. The idea was conceived at the office of the representative of the President of Ukraine in Crimea by the Crimea Platform. We have several languages available, including the Japanese. It is predominantly based on the cartoons of Bogdan Ziza at the time of his occupation. Some public paintings were made by him. I think we all can become voices of those in Russian prisons. Please join, please take this to every international event you attend, to tell that the struggle and the resistance in Crimea goes on. And we will continue fighting for them until the last person sitting in the Russian prison is returned. Please welcome meanwhile Tetiana Filevska. She will moderate this panel. She is a Deputy Minister of Culture of Ukraine, spending a lot of her time and effort to elucidate the topic of the Crimea. Please, Tetiana, present your panelists. Thank you so much. Let me invite my panelists for you to know. And to speak about the identity and how to fight for it in the occupied Crimea. Please welcome Olga Kurishka, permanent representative of the President of Ukraine, the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. Rifat Chubarov, head of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatars. Andriy Lutsik, expert at the Regional Center for Human Rights. And Valentina Potapova, head of National Advocacy, the Almenda Center for Civic Education. The topic we have for us is about really fighting for identity while in the occupied Crimea. we do know that Russia's first steps on occupied territory are aimed at erasing all sorts of Ukrainian identity, from erasing monuments to burning books and school manuals, to those narratives circulated in the public domain, to persecutions of anyone with at least a bit of remaining Ukrainian identity, to almost funny situations when a manicure in Ukrainian colors or a Ukrainian song from one's radio or device can bring consequences. Let us investigate the status quo, the current situation with it, given changes on the battlefield, armed forces successes, and some recent statements also from our military leaders regarding prospects for the Crimea. What have the latest developments been? What is the situation after nearly 12 years of forced occupation of the Crimea? May I suggest you, Olga, start responding to the question. It's also, by the way, interesting to know, can we assess the real situation with identity preservation, given those harsh persecutions of everyone with Ukrainian identity? Yes, you can spend many more hours responding to this question, but I will try to be very specific, and hopefully it will set the tone of the upcoming discussion. I'd first focus our attention on the fact that the 12 years of Russia's forced occupation of the Crimean Peninsula, they still are not equal in terms that we should separate the situation before and after February 2022. Definitely, it has turned to the worse, and after 2022, the events that started happening on other parts of Ukraine, they started to affect the situation already existing in the Crimea. There was strengthened pressure from the occupational machine because in 2023 there were changes to the administrative and criminal law to enhance responsibility for politically motivated allegations against Russian armed forces, anything to support or deemed as support of the Ukrainian position or the Ukrainian armed forces. So many times I'm being asked what's happening there, what has been happening for the past month, given that we know what is happening there now and how we monitor the situation. We see an increasing number of administrative persecutions. We started seeing it in 2023 when Ukraine started paying more attention to the occupying of territories. There was a sort of signal to people in occupation to raise up with the resistance, and that meant they were persecuted more savagely. And for the past month, we see a growing number of forced detentions and arrests, people being made to like publicly denounce their position, to ask for forgiveness. In communication with foreign partners, I'm always using this expression to better explain that one should not expect any sort of such support I mean, outright public support of one's affiliation with Ukraine. It cannot go like that in public there. We would want this, but it just simply, it is not possible. In 12 years, Russia created a situation when you simply cannot have a voice of your own. And as our moderator has mentioned it, if there is a just frivolous combination of two colors, the yellow, the blue one, with our combination for whatever reason, you can be at risk of even criminal persecution for that. So it's really a challenge to think of any sort of identity preservation measures in such circumstances, but still, this is one of our baseline, if you will, values when it comes to our support of people living under occupation. When we are able to talk with them more openly, when they're able to evacuate from there, when they enter education institutions or become naturalized elsewhere abroad, this is where the identity flourishes, and we need to be speaking about the identities, the multiple ones of the Crimean Tatars, of the Ukrainian people, but again, they can manifest it better only if outside the Crimea, because otherwise it would be dangerous for them. Okay, thank you. And going closer to identity of the Crimean Tatar, dear Rifat, I'd like to ask you about the policy of persecutions against the Crimean Tatars for their identity strife. How is it different from persecutions against the Ukrainians or other nationalities or nations? Have you seen any changes in their policy since 2014, since 2022, now? Russia, when they were capturing the Crimea in 2014, looked at it solely as a territory from which to further escalate against the mainland Ukraine, against the Ukrainian nation, against other potential nations, NATO nations. I think at the time Russia wanted to seek its own position in the world, and it considered the Crimea as a bridgehead for further invasion. And surely if you want a bridgehead, you need not to bother about people living there, working there, because definitely you do not want your forepost riddled with people who do not like or want you. How to deal with them? Here comes policy. A policy aimed at forcing everyone not loyal to the occupation outside this area. And this is the first thing I'd like to mention to explain where does this Russian policy of persecutions come from. The policy that is clearly aimed at everyone not ready to receive and agree to this occupation. And the Crimean Tatars are among these people. You can check it easily if you compare the number of political prisoners, if you compare the number of political persecutions of the people there. So the number of the Crimean Tatars detained is disproportionate to the number of Crimean Tatar residents of the Crimea. So again, for Russians, the Crimea is a territory that it wants to repopulate with their own kin, expelling everyone else. We mentioned it already during the previous panel that, well, the Crimea is the homeland of the Crimean Tatars, the Karayims, the Krimchaks, and whenever we talk about the Crimea as a territory, without raising the topic of those nations, nationalities living in the occupied Crimea and about their fate after the liberation. I think not that we become closer to the Russians, but still we are kind of manipulating the area of the Crimea, again, as a territory needed to ensure military and economic security. Whatever the consideration, this is not the totality of it. And we as the nation need to establish certain parameters that will ensure certain developmental guarantees of the indigenous nationalities in the Crimea. Which means that already now we have to make steps to preserve identity, to restore identity of the Crimean Tatars, the Karims, the Krimchaks, through rectifying some moments from the recent history clearly aimed at robbing national identity from these nationalities. So without waiting for a complete liberation of the Crimea, we already talk about identity matters, and I think this is some sort of token first steps. Because, you know, we can adopt lots of legislative acts aimed at resolving certain problems, but such laws in their totality will still be important when it comes to decisive resolution of the matter. We have a law, for example, on the ban of the Russian propaganda, also on toponymics in Ukraine, the law from 2022, which is against a piece of legislation to ban nameplates, pro-Russian toponyms in Ukraine. But this law is inoperational when it comes to the Crimea, though the majority of such renamings had been made exactly there. So, yeah, we recognized the deportation of 1944 a genocide, the topmost level of recognition of the catastrophe that the Crimean people faced. But when we adopt pieces of legislation to eradicate the aftermath of this genocide, we cannot do it completely. To mean that we need ourselves to prepare for the liberation of the Crimea by specifically doing our homework. Those things that we need to do here on the mainland Ukraine. We simply need to comprehend that in 12 years, the Russians, did everything to, indoctrinate our kids. Those who were 10 years old 12 years ago, they're now 22. The newborns already are mid-schoolers. It's about complete assimilation also of the Crimean Tatars. It's an absolute distortion of the history of the Crimea. Russian history being instituted instead. So we need to start working already now how to get rid of it. Through preparing school books, titles, preparing and developing methodologies and teaching programs that we will need in the Crimea after its liberation. Thank you so much. We will go back to this when it comes to our to-do list. Now going on with the education topic, school books, such things. I'd like to ask next question. I'd like Valentina to answer it. Please tell us more how Russians are instrumentalizing the education, using the whole education process to indoctrinate, to force their identity on the children in the occupied Crimea. And can these practices be compared with what Russian politicians are doing in other regions worldwide when they are demonstrably aggressive or overly proactive with their policies there? Thanks for having me through this discussion. Really, lots of interesting questions to tackle, and let me still start with a slightly different topic. Many times our discussions go around ways in which Russia is changing identities and how it has been doing it. Why I want to shift that focus is because from the standpoint of psychology and reintegration processes, one's identity isn't as horrible thing as it is sometimes perceived. Human identity can be changed in a natural way. I used to be a kid, then grew to become adult, then become mother, then became grandmother. We are also impacted by social developments and other such things. That way we change with our identity. We assume new social roles. We find themselves in different environments. I think that we will be able to change the identities of kids that had been in the Crimea. Yeah, if they were indoctrinated, they got passports of Russian nationals. It's a challenge, but this is far from being a catastrophe. The most important thing is one's political consciousness. I think this is the key target for the Russian Federation in the heads of the young people in the Crimea. Children's political consciousness is about one's outlook of the world, of the war, of one's own future. And fortunately, the Russian Federation is using the education system solely to see that the young people, the kids in the occupied Crimea and other occupied territories.
I don't want to speak about the entire Russia. Let's speak about our territories which we have to reclaim. That's why for our children in the occupied territories, the war becomes a new normal, and the entire education of the Russian Federation is designed to make sure that they pursue it as a norm and the Russian aggression is justifiable. When I was getting ready for this meeting, I started reading the book by Erica Mann, School for Barbarians. It was written in 1938 on the eve of right before the Second World War. I would like to give you a few quotes from this book. Education stopped existing for the sake of itself, and its contents is not longer limited to knowledge, culture, or promoting the progress of humankind. Instead, education seeks just to get just one goal, which is backed up by violence, on its fixation on the idea of supremacy of one nation. And the second quote, when the system of education is staggered, children have to be pressed into the system of drilling, which makes it impossible for them even to breathe against the will of the state. It makes one think that it was written by the Russian Federation for contemporary Russia. And as you read this, you can't help thinking that they are writing about the Russian system. The ideological basis for the system is the idea of the so-called Russian world. We very often forget about that when we think about the processes in Crimea, because the idea of Russian world is about arrogation of history, heroization of the past, the so-called Победобесие, the violent raving cult of victory in the Second World War. Education no longer teaches children for the basis of democracy. It unteaches them to think freely. And this is the main problem which we're going to face in the future, because the children who are taught to tolerate dictatorship, they are the children who can hardly be reclaimed and recover, it will be very difficult to bring them back to normal. So that's why we have to think about it. And if you have some additional questions about that, I will gladly take them. Thank you. Obviously, education and upbringing of children and the environment in which they're being reared is something which is very difficult to change. And the losses of cultural heritage are awful over the last 12 years. Andriy, a question to you about the role of cultural heritage in the Russian policy and how the consequences of the Russian aggression in the temporarily occupied Crimea, how irreversible are those changes? Well, by and large, if we speak about the role of cultural heritage, we should start by saying that what is being attacked and what has been attacked over the years since the beginning of this occupation is the political identity and civic identity of Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars. Primarily, they target the political identity. And the role of cultural heritage is always about the roots and origins. And what Russia is doing in this area, we can describe this by norms of international humanitarian law. This is a large-scale annihilation and arrogation. And if we speak about cultural heritage on the occupied territories, we are facing the annihilation of cultural heritage against the backdrop of full-scale war and what's happening to the cultural heritage on the occupied territories. The Russians grab cultural heritage and use them to their own benefit, to their own advantage. The Russian Federation is in such a way is weaponizing the cultural heritage. And the main narrative which we keep hearing is the legitimization of the Russian presence in Crimea through the cultural heritage. They kind of grab our heritage to boost their narrative that Crimea has always belonged in Russia. And by and large, the policy as regards culture and the obliteration of the Ukrainian political identity is not just about cultural heritage. Moreover, it's not properly defined in the international humanitarian law. The challenge of this conflict has changed the rules of the game, and not just as regards the prosecution of war, but the international humanitarian law fails to fully describe and define the crimes of the Russian Federation perpetrated against Ukraine. So this is not just the European challenge, but a universal one. We can speak about certain components of Russia's policies, but obviously we need new international instruments to come up with proper definitions, which is basically boils down to the definition of genocide of the Ukrainian people. I'd like to ask you to give some examples about the losses of cultural heritage which will change the face of the Crimea forever. I'm talking about Khersones and Bakhchisarai, a palace, and the stealing of hundreds of artifacts being stolen from Crimean museums and taken to Russia. Well, sometimes we are talking about purely technical things like wrongful restoration or refurbishments. How irreversible are all those changes as regards the cultural heritage of Crimea? Well, obviously, when we speak about the world scale and material um, intrusion, any technical intrusion into these artifacts, they're resulting in irreversible changes because it changes the heritage which defines the history and cultural identity of one nation or another. This process is irreversible. The archaeological artifacts which are found in the process of excavation will not be able to further be analyzed by scientific methods, and we lose them forever, basically. They are being usurped, and we have no access to primary data concerning history and culture around the artifacts which have been stolen. There's a well-established mechanism of Russian operations in Crimea, which is being used in other occupied territories. In 2014, the museums of Crimea were usurped, and this is about 1.3 million objects. And now the Ministry of Culture of the Russian Federation says that those 1.3 million objects are theirs. We also see the archaeological excavations on the territory of Crimea, and now excavations are ongoing on other occupied territories outside the Crimea. Well, obviously the war activities stand in the way of Russia's scaling up those activities, but one way or another this policy is being spread and spills over to other occupied territories. And we see how a considerable part of the Ukrainian heritage is being ruined, and this is basically a part of the European heritage. So we can say that Russia is ruining European cultural heritage too, by distorting the Ukrainian history, the history of Crimea, and the related areas, and making it impossible for Europe at large to get the truth, to get to know the truth about our cultural and historical heritage. Thank you. I'd like to start another round of questions related to the future and the fight for the future Ukrainian identity and the identity of people who live in Crimea, who come from Crimea. What should the state do to preserve the identity of Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars in Crimea? And once Crimea is liberated, what should we be ready for in this respect? Thank you. I'm very happy that the cultural heritage is being discussed today. Obviously, this is not the main thing, but I can say what we should do considering where we stand now. When we in our team and we with our colleagues speak about what should be done, it makes it needless for me to repeat what the Russian Federation is doing, because there are a lot of experts here who are well versed in those issues. For me, the most visible violation of the Russian Federation is the creation of the so-called Russian Khersonesus, a monumental building on the area of archaeological excavations. The Russian occupational authorities are building their propaganda using, apart from other things, three major instruments: religion, culture, and history. And coming closer to answering your question, Tatiana, and understanding by what means Russia wants to impact the change of our identity, we have to say openly that it happens this way. On the occupied territories, we cannot influence this, but we know the channels the Russian Federation uses for that. If we take a look at Artek camp, children's camp, and the fact that foreign countries also sent their children to that camp, and the program or work of this camp includes primarily meetings with the veterans of the so-called military operation. Obviously, this makes an impact on the mentality of children. For many years, we use some preferences for entry into institutes and universities for children who come from Crimea. This is a very rational thing. But if we, obviously for obvious reasons, we would not be able to have a lot of children or students who would like to continue their schooling on the territory of mainland Ukraine. But the preferences should be given to those children because it's really key. Another thing, there is one very good project which we are implementing together with other NGOs. One of them is the project of Crimean Tatar homesteads on the territory of Pirohiv Museum. We want to have a special place where we would be able to speak about the Crimean identity. This is a very good example of reclaiming, recovery of our identity. Because with all the difficulties of the war times, we can create platforms for further existence and development of culture of other nations like Crimean Tatars. Going back to what I said about the new Khersonesus, in the building of this object, what did the Russian Federation do? They made an expose including stolen artifacts stolen from the stone graveyard in Zaporizhia and other places, and they called that their modern history. Through the historic context, they want to legalize and justify legitimize their right of ownership on those territories. And it makes it very difficult to disseminate the true information about the Crimean Peninsula, to tell the truth about pre-Soviet history of that area, and the fact that Ukraine is a multi-ethnic, multinational country. In this, we have to cooperate with the European countries, because the toleration of the so-called great Russian culture is very typical of European countries. who think that the Russian cultural workers or athletes are beyond the realm of politics, and they are largely welcomed and supported by European countries, which is obviously not the way it should be done. We have a lot of state institutions who are successful in showing the true face of Ukraine to the world. And by way of advertising, I can say that the Global Coalition of Ukrainian Studies is one of the projects which helps us spread the true history of Ukraine, so that we would have the ownership on this work instead of somebody else doing it for us. That's basically what I would like to say at this moment. I will add some more later. Mr. Chubarov, what's your take on what should Ukraine do, and what does the Crimean Tatar community do in Ukraine and abroad? For instance, in Turkey, where there are a few million Crimean Tatars living, what do they do to reclaim the identity of Crimean Tatars, the identity which has suffered so much during the Russian occupation? 45 years of living outside Crimea and the forcible evacuation, as it were, deportation, meant that the Crimean Tatars had no chance to develop. They had no ethnic schools. If you don't have your ethnic schools for 45 years, if you have no media in the Crimean Tatar language, the writers were prohibited to write about Crimea, cypress trees, the Black Sea, and so on. And when you come back and you're trying to kind of rise up from the ashes, it means that in many respects you start from scratch.
In 23 years of the existence of independent Ukrainian nation, certain steps did happen. The primary school received some school books, textbooks to teach kids in the Crimean Tatar language. A huge work, because you didn't have at the time writers or researchers to do it in a skilled way. And we did some first steps, and then the occupation comes. Yes, there appeared, radio outlets, a theater, certain things did emerge, and there were some early signs of the nation being reborn on their land. And then the occupation comes. We are in 13th year now, and we will be restarting not from scratch, not from zero, but from negative position. The negative because everything we were able to do as a first step was effectively destroyed by the Russian invaders. I mentioned the primary school when we started teaching in Crimean Tatar. We had 14 secondary schools when senior graders would have their languages, Ukrainian, Crimean Tatar, Russian, but importantly the primary school had Crimean Tatar. And then all of the schools were forcibly sent for Russian language, and the Crimean Tatar language was reduced to just 1 academic hour a week. Do you think it was possible to learn language as a kid with just 1 hour a week? This is why I say that we'll start from the negative position. Understandably, we are trying to do whatever we can. It's time, I think, to thank ministries like the Ministry of Education. We try to prepare ourselves, but we are short on resource, because most of this resource in the occupied Crimea, and we are short on resources in many respects. the legislation should have a legal mechanism to ensure operations of certain areas that will preserve the Crimean Tatar identity, primarily schools with one's native language, mother language. We have some discussions here because not everyone understands how important this is for us. When we speak about the Crimean Tatars, we may add the Krimchaks there, they simply do not have other land, other nation, other motherland. So there is no one or nowhere for them to look into this problem. And because of that, we need to be very straight to understand what we are going to do with the changes that have happened in the Crimea. You cannot go home and continue living just surrounded by objects that bring deep trauma in you. We do remember the USSR time when we had been told that we were the traitor, that we betrayed the USSR, that we were ashamed. We would hear it just from the school time. And then now remember this, and imagine you come back to your home and you see Catherine the Great, the monument sitting there, another monument to Stalin, some Lavrenti Beria's office in Crimean Palazzo. What we're gonna do with this Orthodox Vatican of Chersones? Who's going to work on that to prepare for it? Are we going to leave it as it is? I think it's about 140,000 square meters of pristine natural reserve used to artificially build some sort of queer monument to the so-called Russian Orthodoxy. It's not an Orthodoxy even, it's the Russian Orthodoxy. At least, I wouldn't like to go deeper in the topic right here and now, but I still think that our voice has to have the primary role when we'll start to talk about the monuments everyone has got used to, the Ukrainian public as well. This Sevastopol defense panoramic display. You remember they were hit recently, and the discussion that ensued showed that even the Ukrainian public has lots of opinions about the historical role of Sevastopol, its defense, and the panorama. Yes, Russia, in an attempt to elevate the importance of their history, and actually they were in for multiple defeats, and the Crimean War was one of those defeats. The painting they had, it was a kind of masterpiece in itself, but it was burnt in 1942. Not speaking of the fact that even a masterpiece may still convey wrongful and dangerous ideas. I would never agree to an idea that this panoramic exhibition of Sevastopol defense has to be restored the way to the image it used to be. It was a defeat for Russia, but again, it was just one of the episodes when Russia did their best to drive the Crimean Tatars out of the Crimea. According to various estimates from English, from Romanian researchers, up to 500,000 the Crimean Tatars were expelled from there. More than half of the Crimean residents were driven from the peninsula, but the museum of the Sevastopol fight remains. So let's make another panoramic of the destruction of the Crimean people. Not sure if we will be capable of dealing with it, of dealing with every direction in which the fight should go. I think we will need to work on different new approaches, new ideas to explain how we will have to behave in the liberated Crimea to spur, to facilitate conditions for revival, for development, for preservation, for also Ukrainian identity. And by the way, the Ukrainian national identity, I mean, there should not be any discrepancy when we speak about the Ukrainian national identity. But again, when it comes to the Crimean Tatar identity, we need to get rid from any factor traumatizing the soul of the Crimean Tatar people. I started with toponymics, now I am speaking about monuments, and please believe me, the objects traumatizing souls of the people, there's a lot of them in the Crimea, and we'll have to cleanse the area directly and indirectly from this evil. Thank you. You took on the very important topic of decolonization, a process that started in earnest across the whole of Ukraine since 2022. And yes, we can see that even an actual change of the names of Ukrainian streets, the emergence of new names, the ability to talk on new topics is important, and still a lot of things happening or having to happen across the territory and control of the Ukrainian government. They're nearly impossible to happen on the temporarily occupied territories. And nevertheless, we'll have to talk about how decolonization should go, and it will be a painful process because we'll have to get rid of things that we've long been used to the extent that for some it's a part of their life now. But this is an intrinsic thing that we better face sooner than later. Now, dear Valentina, education, what has been done, what needs to be done still? Let me continue with what Rifat has mentioned. At this stage, I think we need to talk about that more, much more. A change of the flag, and I truly believe it will happen. Unfortunately, it won't change the consciousness instilled for many years in our children, and I think we need to think about what we'll have to do to change it, what kind of tool set we'll need to have to change, to alter this Russian world, Russian realm-based consciousness with the dictatorship, with the non-democratic values. They may have some imperialist idea of the exclusive nature of the Russian people and so on. This is what we can hear from children under the occupation now. Let us remember the eponymous tasty ice cream from the Soviet time, because people still remembering that thing. They are voters, active voters, and the kids long indoctrinated in Russian world values, they also will become voters in the post-war Ukraine, and we'll have to think already now how we are going to deal with it, how we are going to change this level of consciousness that children have. Russia is working not only across occupied territories, but also very proactively across European ones. We already see European universities offering lecterns to good Russian professors or not that as good Russian students, actively, hijacking communication and dialogue there. We can hear that from the Ukrainian students studying there. And we hear that these Russian forces are really proactive They're strongly supported by the Russian Federation at every level. On the occupied territories, where they had more than $1 billion US equivalent to peddle the youth policies, and we have dozens of such organizations scattered across the world, and we need to think what we're going to do about it. This is not just important for Ukraine, it is also important for Europe, which is currently in a condition of turbulence. When we see people rising them with ideas very similar to what the Russian Federation promotes. The fight for democratic values, it has become very relevant now. So what needs to be done here and now, in view of myself or my organization, first of all, may I recall this book, The School of Barbarians, written back in 1938, right on the eve of the Second World War, to show that the Germans were quite prepared at the time to eradicate all the Jews, all the Europe, because already in 1930 there were kids ready to do it. But after the Second World War, the notion of political indoctrination, for some reason, didn't make it in the list of serious breaches of rights of children. Other things are there, but political indoctrination is yet to join the list. And thank you, Andriy and others, for mentioning it. We really need to do this. Here and now, I've been waiting for 5 years for something from a special rapporteur to UN General Secretary on kids at the time of armed conflicts, with specific mention of political indoctrination. I think this should be really the topic of a separate political report on that. CSOs have been able to document a staggering amount of facts of political indoctrination of children that, it would take a decade to just go through all these cases. Now, when it comes to Ukraine, it's a question if we are ready to identify what kind of narratives form the basis of the Russian ideology. Does the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Culture, other ministries have a clear definition of these narratives? Each one of them. Do we have some pre-prepared arguments against it to debunk these narratives? We regularly meet studentship and professors, and whenever we mention a Russian narrative, like the Crimea has always been Russian territory. So when we mention that and ask the audience to provide arguments to the contrary, so I can tell you that the Ukrainian teachers flop in this assignment. They fail to find a historical or other such argument against this narrative. This is a serious story. You know that in the occupied Crimea, the number of academic hours on their twisted history goes up, while the total history hours in Ukrainian schools goes down. Same can be said of civilian education. More hours in Russia, less hours here. And from here I'd like to ask how we are going to wage a fight at this front. Who is going to fight this battle, and with which means? I think already now we need to be prepared. We need to have those public discussions. We need to have some methodological recommendations, designs. We need to have trainings for everyone, from pupils to students to their parents to the teachers and professors. we need to be prepared to wage a fight on this front, because that way we will be fighting not for Ukraine, we'll be fighting for democratic European values. We'll be fighting for the whole Europe. And we have to get ready for this fight. Thank you. Cognitive war is our reality indeed, and it's really important to keep this in focus, because the war goes on not just on the physical front line, but first and foremost in the hearts, in the minds of people on both sides of the front line. And definitely we need to remember that, and we need to work proactively with the topic. And question to you, Andrei. What can or should we do to stop the rest of the remaining heritage in the occupied Crimea from completely disappearing? What sort of mechanism we may have? Civic society ones, legal ones, and how we should prepare for it?
На жаль, зупинити втрату культурної.
Unfortunately, stopping this erosion of cultural heritage on the occupied territory will only be possible through its deoccupation. When a legal law and order is established on the territory.
I will offer some of my reflections as regards the work with cultural heritage and identity. In the processes of deoccupation and our work with identity of our compatriots who spent a long time on the occupied territories, and when we work with the heritage which was left for us by the Russian Federation, the objects of cultural heritage and cultural values are just witnesses of certain historical events, and the content which we impart to these objects, all that depends on ourselves and our cultural policies. Cultural heritage can be very complicated for comprehension, but these are very important lessons to go through if we wanted to ensure that the cognitive deoccupation takes place. We have to understand that the only way to overcoming this prolonged impact of imperial narratives and the imposing of their stereotypes upon people, all this can be counteracted only through critical thinking. This is the only efficient way to counter propaganda. Otherwise, we will be replacing one set of propaganda with another one. And if it happens that way, we are not going to reach our goal. The thing is, consciousness perceives freedom per se through the opportunity to speak about complicated and controversial things. And if in this process we replace one propaganda with another, there will be no change of consciousness. It'll be just an infighting between two poles of propaganda, and afterwards we can come to very deplorable outcomes. So we have to think about how we should change ourselves. In the history of Ukraine, previously, history and cultural heritage was tilted in a very marked way towards Kyiv and our history, obviously, as if it started from medieval period. But we have to realize that the Crimea is basically the beginning of our history. It started from Herodotus, who described the processes going on in that area. So we have to finally come to the understanding of our identity, in which Ukrainian school children would be equally comfortable knowing the names of the Crimean Khans and the Kievan princes. And working with the cultural identity in that manner, we can gradually transform the imperial narrative into something democratic and free-loving. What was the other part of your question? What can we do to make sure that we stop losing cultural heritage? And what should we get ready for by way of facing future deoccupation? I would like to go back to what Olga brought up about the Khersonesus museum and what the Russian Federation has built on that area. So what should we do about that controversial legacy? Well, as to what should be done, as regards our historical memory, this primarily should be related to the communities on the territory of which this cultural heritage is located. And the people who live in the environment of this cultural heritage. Without the engagement of those people, no revival of history will be possible. There should be a profound urbanistic, analytical, and other types of works which can add up to an efficient recovery of the cultural heritage. It depends on whether we're talking about the physical annihilation of some pieces of heritage, if they have disappeared, or should we restore them and fill them with another content. It all depends. But to work with the cultural heritage in the occupied territories, we primarily have to make an inventory of the damage that was done by Russia. And we have to bring it up vis-a-vis the international community, and we have to know what actually has been going on with that cultural heritage throughout all those years, and depending on that, our future policies will be shaped. Well, obviously, the problems are numerous, and there are a lot of things we have to get down to right now in order to bring closer the deoccupation and to be ready for the times of liberation. The time is running out, but still I would like to ask each of the panelists to say just one point as regards our fight for identity in the occupied Crimea. Your takeaway from this discussion for yourself and for the entire audience. Just one point of possible action, if you will. I've been speaking about this occasionally. The thing is that Ukraine is a country which can invest its experience and show its best practices, not just in terms of military operations, but other products too. I'm sure that what we do for the occupied territories is a unique piece of work. Obviously, we do make mistakes as we go along. Some things could be done better, but the initiatives currently implemented by Ukraine can be invested and replicated and presented to our international partners, and this is something which keeps us afloat. Our creativity, our belief, our faith, and our joint efforts. And events like this is yet another proof of how we can work as one team for the sake of the occupied territories in order to bring closer the time of their liberation. Even now, we have to have a clear vision of what Crimea should be like after its liberation, and we should get this point across to our partners clearly, because we will be liberating Crimea as a inalienable part of the Ukrainian state, and we will be liberating Crimea in order to preserve the unique culture, language, the Crimean Tatar nation, in order to create in the liberated Crimea favorable environment for prosperity and development of all the nations and nationalities to be living in Crimea in the future. And if we prove to be able to do so, it'll be much easier for us to liberate Crimea, and mutual understanding between our partners will be better. And Crimea will be liberated as Ukrainian land, which will make it possible at the same time for the human civilizations to preserve one of the peoples in this world. Russia occupies territories, but it ultimately occupies territories when they have occupied the mentality of children. That is why preventing those processes is a guarantee of non-repetition of these things, not just for Ukraine, but for the entire world. Well, I'll try to be brief, even though it's quite difficult answering this question. During the relocation from Kherson, I met some guys in Kryvyi Rih, and I spoke to them about the city of Kherson, which was still under occupation at that time. And for the first time, I faced the narrative that people in the occupied territories would say that, well, all the normal people have long since gone, since left this territory, there's nobody there, and so on. For some reason, previously I had perceived this narrative differently before 2022 or before 2014, when I spoke about the occupation of Crimea. And basically here I'm kind of sitting in for a colleague of mine who was supposed to speak here. He evacuated from Crimea in 2023, and she came to mainland Ukraine having clear-cut Ukrainian identity and the desire to fight for it. So we have to remind ourselves time and time again that the people who live in Crimea now are, most of them are our compatriots. And as we deal with anything related to deoccupation of the occupied territories, we have to remember this and to be guided by this in all our activities. Thank you very much for your input, for everything you are doing, and for your thoughts, and for your vision of the occupation of Crimea, in which, once it is deoccupied, we all will get together for a glass of coffee, shall we say. Please stay on for another minute on the stage, and in the meantime, I give the floor to Olga. Thank you very much, colleagues, for this important panel, and concluding the humanitarian block of our deliberations, we would like to draw your attention to the mentorship program, which we today mentioned already. It's about people who suffered because of suffering protecting their identity. We would like to share with you the results of some mentorship program which was initiated with the initiative of supporting the Crimean Tatar journalists and Ukrainian journalists. Now it is expanded to include women and the elderly and those who require medical assistance. This is a project in which we can show practical results of all the components of Crimean platforms. We are implementing this together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the President's Representation Office in Crimea and the human rights organizations represented in this project. So please take a look at this video, and after this we'll break off for coffee.
Anyone who does not support its unlawful actions. To date, 226 Crimean political prisoners are behind bars, mostly the Crimean Tatars. The number of women grows. Behind every number is a name Russia hopes the world will forget. That's what the mentorship initiative works against, matching each prisoner with a public voice abroad, someone who keeps their case visible and keeps the pressure on. The initiative, originally launched in 2021 by the FA of Ukraine for journalists, now also focuses on the most vulnerable groups: elderly, women, youth, critically ill, and is implemented jointly with the mission of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the Ukrainian human rights organizations. The mentors include politicians, writers, scientists, human rights defenders, institutions, public figures from dozens of countries around the world, including the USA, Canada, the Philippines, Venezuela, and many others. For example, Frank Peter Wilde, a German designer, became the mentor of Bogdan Ziza, a Crimean artist serving 15 years. The mentors can't change the verdict, but they can make sure the political prisoners are not forgotten. Nariman Jalal, Vladislav Yesipenko had a mentor too, Catherine Göring-Eckardt, the member of the German Bundestag. They both are free now, after years of advocacy by Ukraine, their families, and the international community. However, Catherine Göring-Eckardt didn't stop there. She now mentors another Crimean prisoner, Asan Akhtemov. Anna Fotyga, Malgorzata Gosiewska, and Mariusz Kamiński, the European politicians and mentors from Poland, are vocal respectively on behalf of Server Mustafayev, Marlen Suleiman Asanov, Azamat Ayupov. Speak up for people who can't speak for themselves. Join the initiative to support and stand with all Ukrainian citizens illegally imprisoned in occupied Crimea by writing a letter or becoming a mentor.
Дякуємо. І ми повертаємося до зали в
Thank you very much. We come back to this hall in 25 minutes when we are going to have a very important panel about the Crimean War and the security challenge.
Dear colleagues, please return to the room. We are to continue with our closing, yet rather interesting panel. Let us talk about the lessons of the Crimean War and contemporary challenges for security. Please welcome Yegor Brilyan. He will be moderating this platform. Yeah, hi everyone. Larissa Levchenko, Antony Khromov, Andrei Vanets, and Andrei Zagorodnyuk. Please welcome here, and we are going to have Anthony Dawson and Natalia Ishchenko with us online.
I can hear you, yes.
Yes, and we see you. Hello. Вітаю, Наталя.
Да, дякую.
Hello, Natalia. Hi back. So why I chose this topic of the Crimean War and invited people researching the topic from different angles, it's because I think that the events of 19th century and the modern Ukrainian war have lots of things in parallel. And the question of how innovative technologies can play their role in the war, probably this is one of the topics to help us understand how Russia may lose this war, also due to technologies. So I've invited people who are studying the Crimean War. Anatoly Khromov in due time looked into Ukrainian Cossackdom and the history of the Crimean War related to that. Larissa Levchenko looked into general governors' positions of the time there. Natalia Ishchenko looked at how the Crimean War was perceived in literature, and Anthony Dawson is the author of a number of papers on the Crimean railway. So all of them are involved in the topic to see such that extent. And I'd like to start with Anatoly. Please tell us what is important for us to understand as a, as a Ukrainian narrative in this war. Good afternoon. Glad to be able to make it on time to participate in the panel. I am the chair of the Archives Service, and many people do know me, though my primary education and my thesis was dedicated to the Ukrainian Cossacks, the Ukrainian Cossackdom in the so-called post-siege period. This is after the Zaporizhzhia siege was destroyed. Many think that it spelled the doom for the Ukrainian Cossacks. It wasn't the case. It continued to exist in a variety of formats for the most part of the 19th century, and later on we would see the restoration of the Cossackdom in due time. But yeah, we are speaking about the Crimean War, and in a wider context, we still need to understand the history of the Ukrainian Cossackdom in terms of their resistance to Russian, Turkish, Russian, Osman fighting wars. Those are the events that, particularly in 19th century, shaped the realm of the southern Ukraine. I still think that the Ukrainian historic science hasn't looked sufficiently deep in the matter. There's an idea that, in my view, requires certain verification, but it is raised in political context multiple times. It is about Russia as empire. Some say that it would never win the war or wars without Ukrainians. I wouldn't be so sure about them never losing any war without Ukrainians. But at least we may say that when it comes to the southern part of Ukraine, we may confidently state that Russia used Ukrainians and other southern nations there to wage its wars. That was always the time when Russia fought Turks. The scheme was simple. There were some traditions actually. And traditionally, before the beginning of Russo-Turkish wars, general governors in the region would call up Cossacks to draft to join the service of the Russian Empire. They would suggest different privileges, and they would end up with some Cossack formations, which would be later disbanded until the next war. That happened several times, and for me personally, well, I can tell you that at the time of my student years and postgraduate studies, I could not even tell myself why I would be interested in the topic. But then, having worked in Odessa archives, I found some distant relatives, the mother's line, those who participated also in the Crimean War. And this could give a rise for some historical myth. Many know that Odessa has a cannon from the Tiger frigate that was that went aground and was ultimately captured by Danube Cossack troops. As my predecessors at some time served there, conceivably they might have participated in that. A nice narrative to peddle, though now as a historian I think that this well fits in this empire concept. We also know of cases when the Ukrainians and other nations of the south of Ukraine were on the other side of the conflict. So if we depart a bit from the Cossack topic, because frankly speaking, the Cossacks by mid-19th century in the then condition were a bit obsolete as a military troop. They were not that instrumental, and ultimately the Russian lost the war due to technological advances of the competing armies. So as to the story of family history, etc. So again,
I want you to tell us more about Grand Central Crimean Railway, actually the first railway which was built on the territory of Ukraine near Balaklava in 1855. And you are an author of a book about this railway, and you are a historian of railways. А можна, будь ласка, запустити презентацію?
Can we have a presentation, please?
The floor is yours, Anthony, please.
Thank you. So the Crimean Central Railway was the first railway to be built in a war zone. The Crimean War was the first modern technological war which saw the use for the first time of rifles, of the electric telegraph, and even of the typewriter. But the Crimean Railway was born out of a failure of the British Army, a failure of the British Army at an institutional and a structural level. The British Army hadn't fought a major European war since 1815, although it had been involved in some colonial conflicts, and the army had also been used as a police force at home. But going out to the Crimea, the army suddenly faced a realization. It was inexperienced, it it had seen its military budget slashed for 40 years. And part of this problem was the penny pinching on the part of the politicians, but also in order to keep the army as cheap as possible, which meant that the British Army's logistics were divided between the commissariat, which was part of the treasury, and the commissariat was responsible for transport on land, non-military supplies in the field, so food and drink, fodder for horses. But the warlike stores, so the ammunition, weapons, tents, campaign gear, came from a completely separate organization. And both of these were meant to be a check and balance. And the commissariat was a civilian organization. It wasn't under military command. And the commissary general, called William Filder, was 64 years old. And his main job was to limit military expenditure. It wasn't his job to supply the soldiers in the field. He was there to put a check on the expenditure. And I think, as everybody knows, wars are expensive. The other problem the British Army faced was it had no militarized transport. In 1833, the Royal Wagon Train had been disbanded, which meant that there was no militarized transport. So in the Crimea, the British Army had to hire civilian carters and horses to move its transport and supplies. And eventually they had to use the cavalry horses to move their supplies. And it meant that more horses died moving stores and supplies than they did during, say, the charge of the Light Brigade. And the problem with this was the British Army had no remount system to get new horses. So once the horses were all dead and buried, there was no means to replace them. On this slide, we've got on the left, Commissary General William Filder, a civilian. On the right, General James Escort, the Adjutant General. In the middle, General James Airy, the Quartermaster General. None of these men had any training for the job. Escort was meant to be responsible for discipline and management of the troops. Airy was responsible for supplying the troops, but there was no permanent staff formation in the British Army. There was no specialist training for the staff. They just basically had to improvise and make it up as they went along, because the Duke of Wellington believed that the only education suitable for being an officer was that of being a gentleman. In other words, going to public school. So that's not an ideal way of training your officers. It's not the ideal way of training the staff. In the Crimea, everything went wrong. And in Britain, the Crimean War is remembered as a heroic failure. We remember the charge of the Light Brigade. We remember Florence Nightingale. We remember the terrible winter of 1854 to 1855, but we don't necessarily remember why the war was fought. And the British Army tried to get itself out of this situation of lack of land transport and lack of roads by forming an organization called the Land Transport Corps. And this was a quasi-military organization. It was part of the army, but the men in it were in fact civilians, which presented all sorts of problems for command and control actually out in the field. And it turned out that this was a complete failure and had to be reorganized at the end of the year. So why did the British Army have to build a railway? Well, road transport had completely collapsed. The roads were impassable. There were no animals to move the supplies and stores. At the start of 1855, Sir Francis Bond Head, who had campaigned in Canada, had suggested to build a plank road, a sort of raised wooden pavement, which could be used by men and horses and any wheeled vehicle. But the problem the British Army faced was it hadn't the men to actually build it. And by 1855 in Britain, the railways were about 25 years old. They were seen as the future, and they were able to solve many problems. Railways had been used to move soldiers in peacetime and at times of mobilization, but a railway had never been built in a combat theatre. And because the British Army couldn't do this, it was built at cost by private contractors, Peto, Brassey and Betts. And Sir Samuel Morton Peto became the richest man in England. But the railway was opposed by the British Army, by the Royal Engineers, because it required specialist vehicles to run on it and special skill to build it. the only vehicles which can run on a railway are railway vehicles with flanged wheels. And they thought this was a bad idea. What they needed was a road. And the railway was completed. It was built 7 miles in 7 weeks by the end of spring 1855. And it was at first worked by horses. At first, it was highly successful because, well, it was better than nothing. There was nothing else available to move supplies from Balaclava up to the siege lines. But the railway had been built quickly and very cheaply. And by the winter of 1855, there was a repeat of the situation from the previous winter where the roads were impassable, the transport had broken down. And the British Army once again turned towards civilians to an organisation called the Army Work Corps. And they built what the army had wanted all along, and that was a metalled road parallel to the railway, which is quite ironic, which meant that for all the expenditure on building the railway, it was short-lived and everything went back to road transport because soldiers could march on the road, horses could march on the road, and any vehicle and pack horse could use it. So what was the long-term impact of the railway? Well, it was the first railway built in a combat theatre. So it's a world first. But it wasn't the first military railway because it was built by civilians, it was worked by civilians, and it was a failure in the long term because it required specialist vehicles and it required specialist labourers in order to build it and to maintain it. It came about because of a freak set of circumstances where the British Army's transport had collapsed, where the British Army hadn't got the men to build a road, and where the politics of the day were opposed to the aristocratic nature of the army and thought that the methods of big business, of businessmen, could fight the war and manage the army better. And as it turned out, they honestly couldn't. So the army turned back to doing what was cheaper and easier. That was to build a road. So the railway was a short-term success, but in the long term, it was a failure. What was needed was a more robust, a more reliable, and more traditional means of transport, something that was cheap and low tech. And again, in the long term for the British Army, very few lessons were learned from the Crimean War, despite the debacle and the disaster the British Army got itself into. Because we're just post-war apathy. The troops came home. Any idea of reform after the war, after 1856, was lost. Any momentum for reform was lost. And because the war was so quickly followed by the Sepoy Rebellion in India, again, further moves towards reform were lost because of exaggerated comparisons in the press, comparing the performance of the British Army between the Crimea and the Sepoy Rebellion. So the long-term impact of the Crimean Railway was very little. It was perhaps a bubble, but it did in a way point towards the future with the railways built during World War I to serve the trenches. But again, they also demonstrated the same failings in requiring specialist soldiers to build them, specialist vehicles to run on them. And as soon as the warfare became more mobile and less static, they were rapidly left behind, and what needed was a road. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anthony, for your really fantastic presentation, and thank you for your work of writing non-fiction books about railways, and railways are very important during the war. Так, я повертаюся до... Хотів би запитати...
And going back, I'd like to ask Larissa Levchenko, you authored a number of manuscripts on the Crimean War, and as an archives professional, what is your take of this opportunity to use archives to create the Ukrainian dimension of the Crimean War?
Thank you. Well, a bit of my background. I come from the city of Mykolaiv. Odessa had Porto Franco, and it was a free city, but Mykolaiv was built as a fortress. 28 years of my life has been dedicated to the archival work in Mykolaiv Oblast, and I started with the studies on the military governor's office, which was established specifically to cater for the needs of the Black Sea Fleet and to coordinate the fleet and everything related to it, the Admiralty and agencies and enterprises related to it, like cable producing factories, foundries, timber works, and those involved in producing what was necessary to build ships. All this was subordinated to the main commander of the Black Sea Fleet and ports, whose headquarters was in Mykolaiv until 1795. That was the headquarters of the command, the staff of the fleet. They moved to Sebastopol only in 1795, since when Sebastopol became the main hub for the Black Sea Fleet. And since 1795, these two cities, Sebastopol and Mykolaiv, were tightly connected under the commandership of the main commander and the governor. These officials were appointed by the governor, and in Russian terms, those were the most prominent and the brightest leaders, admirals, to whom the emperor entrusted the command of the fleet, and they were running all things related to the fleet. They had totally free hand. The Bessarabia and Novorossiysk Admiralty was also in Odessa, but though the Sebastopol and Mykolaiv one were not subordinated to the Odessa one, which raised the level of the status of the empire. The first half of the 19th century saw the development of both cities as centers of shipbuilding. The main ports thereof were considered to be the primary ports of the Black Sea. They intensively built ships at the Black Sea coast, but any intensity comes to an end sooner or later, and especially as the technologies had become obsolete by the beginning of the Crimean War. There were a number of settlements which were called the Admiralty settlements. There were so-called military settlements which were assigned to serve for the military. That was Arakcheyev's idea, and Admiralty settlements were subordinated to the Admiralty. They were kind of serfs. They were not qualified people. They primarily paid taxes rather than worked for the needs of the Admiralty. But everything was being done to supply the fleet. Then it came to the Crimean War, and Mykolaiv became the rear supply base for the fleet. Everything which was coming from Sebastopol was bound for Mykolaiv. All the army supplies went through Mykolaiv. All the military warehouses were in Mykolaiv. The recruits and all the battalions were going through Mykolaiv from Sebastopol. The wounded were transported. There were military hospitals in Mykolaiv. The people living in that territory had to provide their housing for the army. They had to provide beasts of burden for the military needs. Evacuation was going on from Sebastopol, and wagon trains were going through from Sebastopol through Mykolaiv. As a result, this city took the brunt of the war. And the fact that people had to give up their homes for the needs of the military, even their icons and their property were requisitioned. They had to give up their horse-driven carts to the military. All those were serious burdens on the shoulders of local residents. Everything was being done for the production of weapons, for building ships, for manufacturing munitions. That was the main burden carried by the local residents during the war. What happened after the Crimean War? Russian Admiral Butakov said that it had become obvious that our empire is glossy at the top and rotten at the bottom, and it is totally ruined by corruption. All those territories were impoverished to the utmost, and the local people had to leave the place looking for jobs elsewhere. So there were a lot of physical losses, and a lot of lives were claimed by war or by epidemics and illnesses. In all our researches, and I did this not just myself, but with my colleagues, in 2020 we issued this book, Mykolaiv in the Crimean War, in which we gathered all the documents from the Mykolaiv archives, and the archives had not been tapped before, and therefore people didn't know about the local residents' contribution to that war. So we sought to make these documents public. The documents are in Russian, but some texts were written by us in English to make it more available internationally. And the main chapter of this book, the chapter of documents, it speaks about the weird cases with awards, because when it came to awarding people, the awards were dished out to generals, to admirals, but never to merchants, for instance, who sacrificed their property, their homestead to the army, let alone the villagers or poor urban residents who suffered a lot from that war. So what happened next? Sebastopol, probably you are aware about the Paris Peace Accord, whereby the Russian Empire lost the right to have a fleet at the Black Sea and do shipping. And later in the 70s, Sebastopol was singled out, and Mykolaiv remained a military governor's place, and the headquarters were placed there. And only in 1861 they came to the idea that this city should stop being a fortress, and in 1861 the port was opened up for vessels from abroad, and Mykolaiv became the center of grain trade, which made it possible for the city to somehow restore its economic potential, not just for the city but for the region at large. That's why those who ran that governorship, like General Glazunov, who sought to open Mykolaiv for the entry of foreign ships. In the meantime, Sebastopol remained a military fortress. In our Mykolaiv archive, we published this book that I mentioned, but there are still a lot of documents about the history of Sebastopol of the times of the Crimean War. It's both about the times before the Crimean War and during the war and afterwards. Information about how the city was revived and what was being done. And we are still planning to put out a publication about those periods of time in our history. By way of concluding, I'd like to say that in 1934, the Black Sea Archive, Fleet Archive, was taken out of Mykolaiv. It had custody of all the documents of the Black Sea Fleet, and at the order of Stalin, it was done. The Ukrainian archival workers wanted to keep it in Ukraine, and one of the archive workers from the central department of the archives said, how are we going to study the history, and how can we show the contribution of Ukraine in the development of the Black Sea Fleet? Because you will be able now to say that Ukraine is not a maritime state, but who built all that? And the Crimean War basically showed that it was largely the contribution of the local residents into that war. They probably thought that they had taken all the documents from the archives, but fortunately, the study which we managed to conduct and the publication on the basis of the materials from the archive shows that the documents of the maritime agency were taken out of the archive, but the documents related to the governor's office remained, and thanks to those documents we can now research the contribution of Mykolaiv in the Crimean War, and in general the contribution of Ukraine in the development of that area, and to show what was done and what sacrifice was sustained by Ukraine. Well, thank you. When we speak about the research of the Crimean War, there's one interesting point here. For different reasons, Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars had no agency in that war, and this is largely a tragedy both for the Ukrainians and the Crimean Tatars. Now I'd like to ask Natalia Yushchenko. She was involved in different activities in Crimea until 2012, including historical restoration activities and so on. My question to you, Natalia, is like this. What is your vision of the current policy of national memory as regards the Crimean War? Thank you very much for inviting me to take part in this forum. It's a pleasure to see my colleagues. It's a pleasure to see Mr. Anthony Dawson. I read his book.
Some issues of the Crimean War, mainly the life of the British Army in Balaclava. So it was your book. Thank you very much. I cited you in my research. Дуже дякую.
So thank you. Larissa is from Mykolaiv, Anatoly is from Odessa. I'm from Crimea per se, and this is history in my region, our past, and we see how the past impacts our present. I started dealing with the topic of the Crimean War at the end of the previous century. I had always been irritated by the fact that the Crimean War was always considered a fact only of the Russian history. But this was not the case. because a lot of soldiers of the Russian Empire came from the Ukrainian territories, and when I started studying that, I saw that in clear terms. It was very important to make sure that the Crimean War is viewed in the contemporary context, and we have to understand its international, multinational, multi-ethnic character of this war. We also have to better understand the geopolitical role of the Ukrainian Crimea in the world politics. Following the developments of 2014 and especially 2022, the history of Crimea turned into a part of discussion and political discourse. Now we can speak about political symbolism of the Crimean War when the Russian propaganda uses it to legitimize its control over Crimea as an instrument to show Russia as a sieged fortress. In this picture, the West is always an enemy, and the fight against the West is viewed as a normal. War is normal in the Russian Federation now, and the Crimean War kind of fits into this militaristic paradigm. And the modern Ukrainian and international researchers come up with an alternative view, because the Crimean War shows an historic precedent of cooperation in the face of a shared threat, an example of international coalition as a symbol of fight for the balance of forces in Europe. Now I'd like to speak about the years when it became to show to the world the purely Ukrainian narrative as regards the Crimean War. Primarily we're talking about the year 2003, 2004, when we marked 150th anniversary of the Crimean War. Then it became a good opportunity to become closely associated with Britain, Turkey, or France, Italy, which formerly was known as Sardinia. And as regards the Crimean War, we started speaking about this also in the cultural and humanitarian context. Then there were visits of delegations, and graveyards were being renovated, and all that made the Crimean War not just a historical date, but an instrument of improvement of Ukrainian, French, British, and Turkish relations in the humanitarian, scientific, and diplomatic spheres. A very active role in that was played by the British Council in Ukraine, and when the 150th anniversary was marked, the British Council held exhibitions, scientific conferences in Kyiv and in Crimea. It organized meetings of British experts and ours. They also supported relevant educational programs. In 2003, for instance, in Partanit, in Yalta, an international workshop was organized, which was called The Lessons of the Crimean War, and it was attended by numerous foreign experts. The Jubilee raised the level of interest of foreigners in our region, and it gave an opportunity to people to visit Ukraine and the Crimea for the first time. And we had a symbolic kind of discovery of the Ukrainian Crimea by the British, which improved the perception of the positive image of Crimea as a place of shared historic memory. And they understood that the Crimea is a place of our shared historic memory. Sorry for interrupting you, but what would you recommend should be done to get our vision of the Crimean War across to the foreigners so that they were on the same page with us as regards this war? Because there is a need to work more actively with our partners, showing to them that Crimea is Ukraine and the Crimean War is also part of the Ukrainian historical narrative. What would you point out here? Well, I can say a few things about that. The policy of national memory, as we call it, is primarily about rethinking of the history of the Crimean War. We should speak not about the heroic defense of Sebastopol, but we would rather speak about the multinational character of this event. And it's so we have to speak about the international implications of this. A lot of people are not aware of this. I am from Crimea, as I've already said, and I know that even my friends do not understand, do not know about that. People in Crimea very often ask me, they would say that it was a victory. We won the Crimean War. Why do you say that we didn't? So people are largely ignorant about that, and there should be a rethink of this. We also have to preserve the historical monuments. Now we have no access to those located in Crimea, to the monuments which had been restored and renovated by our foreign partners, but now they have been lost. They are in very bad shape of repair, and we have to remember about that. We are also talking about joint scientific research, military, political, cultural consequences of the Crimean War should be viewed from different national positions.
From different national perspectives. These should be very specific research works. And the last point is integration of the history of the Crimean War in the general policy of national memory. It has to become an important component of the Ukrainian history and statehood. These are the Ukrainian narratives that have to be used to support the strategic importance of the Crimea for the sake of strategic stability in Europe. Thank you, Natalia. And we switch over to you, Andriy. What is your view of the Crimean War and the discourse about it in Ukraine? What would you add to this? Hi, everyone. More specifically of the Ukrainian view of the Crimean War and the destiny of the indigenous population, the Crimean Tatars. I'd like to thank Rifat, who described during the previous panel this dramatic moment for the Crimean Tatars as the indigenous population. There was a huge change after that for them. And yeah, a lot has been said about the sheer effort paid by the Ukrainians in this imperialist war. And it has been also said about the fight of the Ukrainians on both sides of the conflict, the involvement of the Crimean Tatars in this clash of empires. But with short time remaining to us, I would still like to bring a bit more relevance to this discussion, bringing it from the academic level to a more publicistic one. The Crimean War has clear parallels with what's happening today. The war we are talking about today is called in the West as the East War, the Great Eastern War, and, well, the Crimean War. The Russo-Ukrainian War, the Russia's aggression against Ukraine is in a sense a Crimean War of sorts, because it did start with the Crimea, and well, we may only assume it will end there as well, but ultimately it will be resolved only with complete resolution of the Crimean matter. The war won't end without it. When we take the 19th century war and the current one, in a global sense, between the Napoleonic Wars and the First World War, there was no bigger conflict in Europe. After the Second World War, Europe has never seen any such war like the one we have now. The sheer scale of it is similar to what the 19th century saw. The history never repeats itself, but there can be certain rhymes found between it. And we may see some similarities in the behavior of the Russian Empire, whatever the name we use for Russia. So it was the Russian Empire that suggested to Britons to split the Ottoman Empire. There is no strong confirmation, but there are some strong allegations of Russia addressing some of neighboring countries like Poland, though Radoslav Sikorsky put that to doubt. Still, it sounds like very much true. Other countries were asked by Russia. The question was how to split Ukraine. This time there was no decision on that. There were some similar attempts in 19th century and in 2014 and later on. The European nations did not agree to such Russian suggestion. Well, how the thing started, Russia comes up with some faint demands that the other party cannot consciously agree to or is not able to perform. Like there was the matter of this Holy Land that Menshikov brought, and that led to Ottoman Empire problems. In 2013, there was a pressure on Ukraine to stop this effort of Euro integration. Then, without formal declaration of war, Russia would grab the Moldovan princedoms, Romanian actually, Moldova and Wallachian princedoms. In a similar vein, the war in 2014 started as well. Why did the Russian Empire lost its war in the 19th century? Let me remind you that the image of the Russian Empire at the time was, as they called it, the gendarme of Europe, the strongest army, the strongest nation after the Napoleonic War, but they did lose. In 2014, Russia was its seemingly strongest army with eponymous $40–50 billion spent on military might on an annual basis and so on, and we see the result. So again, it's about technologies that many times are decisive for a victory. In the 19th century, the country with new types of rifles, with ironclads, they've got better results. These days, it is Ukraine who's able to demonstrate some surprising ability to wage a high-tech war. Today, Ukraine is among the world leaders, or the world leader in drone-centric military operations, in spite of shorter demographic resource, in spite of shortage of other resources. Nevertheless, we're able to keep the line. Now, political aspects of it. We've been at war since 2014, with the full-scale aggression going for more than 4 years, while the Crimean War saw less than 3 years of active hostilities. Why? Because the then allies, there were ally agreements signed with France, with the French Empire, with the UK, with Turkey, and so on. So the allies quickly moved from mere talks and diplomacy towards direct action. There was a coalition of nations who, rather than waiting for things to happen to them, there were diplomatic initiatives, the Vienna Note in June 1853, demanding Armenian princedoms to be freed, and so on. So it was of no effect, and it led to direct contact, and the Ottoman Empire was more successful than Ukraine because they had a coalition, and the coalition had initiative. We are not lucky to have this coalition. We are still waging the war ourselves. On the contrary, Russia is currently working, or fighting rather, with the Northern Korea, and enjoys support from several other nations, which a bit complicates the things for Ukraine. But still, certain parallel things bring certain hopes that, well, Russia did lose in the Crimean War in the 19th century, and this gives us grounds for some repetition of it. There are tons of such parallel things. Early in the Crimean War, Russia had an upper hand, was spreading information about it. Even British newspaper would initially publish some fake news from Russia, only to be disproved by others. At the time, the military, the media outlets even mentioned it that due to corruption, the Russian bureaucrats do everything to lose the war, to hide the nefarious deeds. And as we are progressively running out of time, some last observation. After the end of the war, the Paris Peace Agreement was inked to guarantee territorial integrity to the Ottoman Empire. And the same agreement mandated that Russia does not restore its naval forces in the Black Sea region. A lesson for us: Russia failed to comply with these commitments and obligations. In a matter of 13 years, they remilitarized the Black Sea, a lesson to be learned when it comes to another agreement with them at some point. And those promises of territorial integrity of the Ottoman Empire, within the minute the Europe had of the day had it, never came to fruition. So definitely we need to move towards NATO, but with an understanding that the core guarantee of territorial integrity and freedom of Ukraine are our armed forces, our government, and the civic society. Thank you, Andriy, and another Andriy from the Center of Defense Strategy will talk to us about the lessons from the Crimean War for modern security arrangements. Thank you. My previous experience with conferences was mostly about the military topics, and this is the first historian perspective that I have to offer. I've been to Crimea multiple times, and I looked into the matters, and I can tell you that most of the sources I happened to see were either Soviet or Russian ones. It took me some time to discover British sources, European sources, and I was able to tap into the remaining parts of this war in the British society. I was amazed at the great number of maps, first-hand accounts, etc. still in Britain, and there are still very nice books and that can be bought. I worked with some of our partners on military topics, and probably you know of a so-called Royal Institute Rusi in the UK, and I was treated to the view of a table where the peace agreement in Paris was signed. They have it in their exposition. But my most interest in this war of the 19th century is to see which lessons we can take for today. The lessons are multiple, and sometimes they can be surprising. It's really amazing how important and useful it may be to read about the Crimean War from modern perspective. So most of us grew in either Soviet or post-Soviet realm, and we were fed those news about the Russian military and navy glory, Sebastopol, Black Sea, and so on. There's a completely different story in the UK, in Britain. They offer a very negative view of the whole story, with strong criticism of the government and many times actions of the military in spite of the victory. One of the reasons was that it was probably the first war that had almost real-time media coverage of every event. The coalition had a telegraph there, and newspapers were able to publish news about the war practically the next day. Particularly, this concerned the Times, and the Times journalist, Russell, was effectively a war correspondent there, regularly posting from Sebastopol. And people are able to know firsthand the abysmal state of the soldiers, the army. We know from Tolstoy's books, they have this Sevastopol stories, so-called, describing the poor state of the Russian army and so on. Nothing has changed in the time in the Russian army, but the Brits also had it very hard. The only difference was that the Brits didn't like that. They established this channel of communication with London. They had free press, and they had those early offshoots of democracy that already helped bring the topic to the forefront, to the limelight. The public would become indignated with the condition of the British army and its soldiers. It affected the policy as well. You'd also remember the case of Florence Nightingale, who started being a nurse, and that was the first time when she grew to become this historical example, because really hospitals saw more soldier deaths than on the battlefield. Russia wouldn't do something even remotely similar. We all know about the true value of Surgeon Pirogov, but the information would reach the capital weeks after the events happened, and many times the Russian Empire had no clue about things happening. And also, that war was the first industrial era war. The rest of industrial wars happened afterwards. To say that the situation was ultimately solved at production facilities, at plants, foundries, and many times one's courage wasn't enough, because the British rifles would shoot 3 times further than the Russian ones. And the Russians still had the smooth barrel musket times. Yes, the logistics was a catastrophe for both sides, and the sheer supply of the army with munitions and so on was critical for the Britons. They were able to effectively streamline these supply lines much faster than the Russian Empire did. In spite of the Russians fighting on their own territory, cannonballs from London made it faster to the Crimean Peninsula than Russia could do it. And yeah, they had ironclads, they had fast supply lines, and the Russians would still use carts and buffaloes even to bring the stuff closer to the front. And many times it was already too late. That was one of the main reasons of Russia's defeat. Again, how can we use this today? First of all, yeah, innovations are always important. Everyone knows that. And yeah, Putin is actually a reincarnation of Nicholas I, but I would say a caricature of it, because the Tsar had this ideology of empire, religion, and ideology, a bit same that Russia has now, but Nicholas had no clue of how many more crimes you can commit on the front line. This is what Russia has been doing. Also, we need to look into the way Russia is rationalizing the war. The other time in the 19th century, they would say about Constantinople, the need to have this to free the Christian relics and so on. And this is much the same they want to peddle about Ukraine today, and this helps us to explain our partners that Russia is not going to stop because they have this ideology that calls them to move further and further, and they will be pursuing some ghost stories from Christian Constantinople even these days unless they are stopped. And this is a working argument for them. There's another ideal argument for us. Whenever someone says that Russia is invincible, for us because of too many people, too much resource for them. And well, Nicholas I also would say something that to this tune: too many people, too big an army.
At that time, no one could have imagined that a 1.5 million strong army could lose. At the beginning of the war, it was thought that Russia is invincible because it's too big a monster. And this argument still works with our partners. This is pretty much the way Trump thinks that Russia is too big. They won the Napoleonic War and the Second World War. There's nothing to talk about here. The same arguments were used by Nicholas I, referring to Napoleonic War and so on. But the war is not a function of the number of people. This is something which includes numerous factors which make an impact. And the coalition, which at that time had a contingent, that coalition won and Russia lost. That's why it's not exclusively about the number of people. But the failures came not at the same time, and they were controversial. The war which we have now, Russia did not start to lose it right away. There were failures in both parts, and there was no decisive battle in the Crimean War, like the fight for Sebastopol, for instance, and so on. It did not come at the beginning of the war. It was a war of kind of attrition, and there was a functional attrition, and the Russians didn't know how to win it, which is pretty much like what is happening today. They were going ahead and pressing with their war. They would win certain battles. They didn't lose any major battles, but they gradually were losing chances for ultimate victory. And when we are being told how can Ukraine win this war, we should not think about this as a one-off victory. It's just a step-by-step thing. Nicholas I did not understand that, how that could happen. That they suffered one failure after another, here, there, left and right and center. And obviously the coalition, which was back at that time was much more determined than the coalition which supports Ukraine now. But the coalition used the tactics which we are using now. They hit the capital, and the failure of Russia basically was decided not in the Crimea. It was decided in the Baltics, and that Petersburg was blocked, and Russia lost considerable funds. There was a serious financial crisis, and when in 1855 a new French fleet was getting ready to approach Petersburg and to start bombarding it. They brought the capital to the they brought the war to the capital, which is pretty much the same that is going on now. And when they realized that things are going bad for them, they started realizing that they're losing. It was very emotional for Nicholas I, because him, just like Putin, was very emotional about this thing. This was his raison d'être, and he kind of proclaimed these sublime goals and so on. The Crimea and everything was only components of that. The most important thing for them was to restore the Christian influence. And when they realized that they were going nowhere, Nicholas I died. He was suffering a deep depression, didn't know how to handle it, and he basically committed suicide. Well, but he couldn't do it as a believer, so he was just taking walks in flimsy clothes, in sub-zero temperatures, and he got pneumonia and basically killed himself by this. I suggest that the Russian Federation follows his suit and moves in the same direction. If they say we can repeat it, this is something they should repeat. And afterwards, the elites didn't know how to conclude the war. They were ready for everything, and Austria said that they would join the coalition. So Russia understood that if that happened, they would stand no chance, and Petersburg was about to be bombed. So it was obvious for them that they had to sign a peace agreement, which they did 170 years ago. This year is the Jubilee year, which we commemorate and try to draw lessons from history. Thank you very much, all the panelists. It's been quite interesting and content-driven. I would like to remind you that in March this year, to the 30th of March, the signing of Paris Agreement, a scientific workshop was held at the Taras Shevchenko University, and jointly with the group headed by Andriy Shchikun, the expert network of Crimean Platform, we do work on those issues, and we do see that what's going on in the occupied Crimea now shows that the Russians are gradually losing it. Yesterday we got the news that Butyahin, that the already mentioned Russian archaeologist, agreed that he would not be doing any more archaeological excavations in the Crimea. Which means that the defense forces of Ukraine do their job well. Are there any comments or questions? Mr. Chubarov, please. I apologize for my insistence. I thank Mr. Ivanets. Look, we don't know how the end of this war will play out. At that time, it was a Paris Agreement. Even though Russia suffered a defeat there, but it was the Crimean Tatars who were punished. Going by the census, there was 350,000 of population 250 are Crimean Tatars, which is 73%. After the signing of the Paris Agreement, it looked like the Crimean Tatars were at fault, and the imperial government did everything to expel the Crimean Tatars. Later on, there were 50%, and some 50 years down the road, the share of Crimean Tatars was only 25% among the local residents in the Crimea. I therefore have no regrets about the lost monuments to the Crimean War, which were located in the Crimea. Maybe memorial monuments like graveyards of the soldiers is something to deplore the ruin of. But actually what is going on there is that the Russians are being glamorized and glorified, and monuments to that cannot remain there. We can study the Crimean War, but we have to be objective, and we have to show the tragedy which it brought about for the Crimean Tatars. And when we speak about the lessons of the war, when the war will be somehow documented in its conclusion, we have to be ready for that, and getting ready for that, we should take into account the view of Crimean Tatars, which was not the case when the Paris Agreement was being prepared. And if it had been considered, it would not have been included in that agreement anyway. I'm sure that this war will end in Ukraine's victory. Otherwise, there will be nobody who would stand for the Crimean Tatars. Anyway, we have to teach our foreign partners and ourselves that we have to speak about Crimea, about a territory which is populated by people, and we should consider and judge things through the prism of the Crimean Tatars, through their vision. Thank you for your comment, Mr. Chubarov. It's really important that in the new vision of the Crimean War, we have to reflect the notion of this war having been a tragedy for the Crimean Tatars. Valentina, I'd like to thank all the participants in today's discussion. Even though this panel is the final one and there are a few people in the audience, in my panel I said that we have to consistently ruin and dispel Russian narratives, and the last intervention is just a case in point which shows how we can destroy Russian narratives. Thank you for having said that. In Ukraine, if you go out in the street now and ask people about the Crimean War, they would say that Russia won that war. So what was said by Mr. Zarodnyuk is very much up to the point. I deal specifically now with dispelling the Russian narratives, and for me, that was something that I'm extremely grateful to you for. Thank you, Valentina. Please, some more. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this forum. It's been very interesting to listen to all the panels. I'm Lydia Tarash. My last name comes from Crimea. I am a descendant of the Crimeans who were deported from Crimea to the area near the Azov Sea. It was very interesting for me to hear about the Crimean War of 1853-1856. But if we draw parallels in terms of Russian policy towards the Crimea, I would like to come back to 1780s, when 30,000 people were forcibly deported from Crimea under the pretext of the protection of Orthodox residents. And after Crimea was captured, even though those people were Orthodox believers, and the Crimea was had been liberated from the Muslim yoke, it was still prohibited for those people to come back to Crimea, which shows how the Russian Federation is forcing people to leave their homes under different pretexts. But I think this could be something like a topic for further forums, when we will be able to speak about pre-Azov Greeks and other similar ethnic groups who were deported from Crimea. Yes, that was the policy pursued by the Russian Empire in the 18th, 19th century and during the Stalin's time. Thank you all. Thank you for this interesting discussion, and we give the floor to Olga Skripnik. Thank you very much for this very interesting panel, which concluded our forum. I'm a historian by background and from Yalta, and for me, some of the things I heard were kind of eye-opening. Thank you all who were here with us physically and online. Thanks to our partners from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, the Office of the President in Crimea, and the Office of Crimean Platform, the Crimean Medjlis, our technical partners, Carental, our polygraphic partners to print, and we thank our interpreters who have been with us throughout the day, Alexander Stasenko and Valery Yuzhikevich. Thank you for having been with us throughout this day. We are looking forward to seeing you at our further fora. Also, expect follow-up from us with references and links from us, which will give you access to materials of today's proceedings. See you in the future, and glory to Ukraine.